IILLUMINAUGHTII, also known as Blair, is a well-known commentary YouTuber with just under 1.2 million subscribers. She was originally particularly known for her anti-MLM style content, but as time progressed, Blair went on to become particularly known for her commentary surrounding current affairs on the internet involving social media trends, influencers, and controversies. And this actually all led to Blair gaining a subscriber base of 1.7 million subscribers. And no, that is not a mistake on my script's part. Blair at one point of time did have 1.7 million subscribers, but she currently sits at 1.2 million subscribers. So it of course begs the question of how does one individual lose 500,000 subscribers? Well, my friends, in today's video, we will be answering that question by telling the entire story of IILLUMINAUGHTII. And yes, this is a topic that I have covered extensively, but seeing as this story is officially now wrapped up and concluded, I felt it would be appropriate to tell the entire story surrounding the supposed worst commentary YouTuber in YouTube history in a concise manner where we go through every single chapter of this person's downfall and explaining how we got to where we are in 2025. But before we get into all of that and this very long YouTube video, I just want to talk to you about today's sponsor.
What's up, gays and gamers? We were supposed to have a sponsor. Now we don't. So today's sponsor is Frazier. He is trapped abroad and needs to get home. Someone save him!
So yes, my friends, welcome to the beginning of this story, and that is April of 2023. Now, around this time, IILLUMINAUGHTII was on the up. She was gaining hundreds of thousands of views per video and gaining thousands and thousands of subscribers every single day. It was very obvious that things were going well for her, and in terms of the community reception, Blair was very well respected. Every single video she posted got a high amount of praise and tens of thousands of likes, and just in general, IILLUMINAUGHTII was one of the larger, more respected commentary channels in the space. IILLUMINAUGHTII, or Blair, was a very successful person, and I'm not gonna lie to you, back in the day when IILLUMINAUGHTII was at her peak, I respected her content. I genuinely used to think, this is impressive. She puts out a large amount of content very quickly, and you know, it was just something to look up to and kind of be inspired by. Because something that a lot of YouTube channels do struggle with is a consistent upload schedule, but this problem was not on the IILLUMINAUGHTII channel. As you could see, her audience was fed every single week, with multiple videos coming out that were very well constructed with fairly decent editing and good scripting overall, and honestly, it just seemed that this was a well-rounded commentary channel which was posting consistently and doing very well in the YouTube algorithm. And because of all of this, naturally Blair was becoming very successful on the social front, but also on the financial front, and I think this really got to a point of where Blair was feeling pretty untouchable based on the fact that everyone in the community respected her. They came to her channel to hear her opinion on certain current affairs and current topics going around in the space, and just in general, a lot of people looked up to Blair, and I think she thought at this point of time, around 2020, she could get away with anything. And that's only proven when you go back to 2019, where Blair did actually face some level of controversy, being dubbed as a video stealer and false flagger, but that controversy was met with a wave of adoring fans disliking the video and dubbing the story as a load of lies and another YouTuber just trying to get some clout. So yeah, because of situations like that where Blair seemingly was escaping all forms of criticism, there was no dialogue that needed to be had because people respected her name, IILLUMINAUGHTII could surely do no wrong, so they just assumed that any bad word out there was of course someone clout chasing, and of course that led to what I mentioned earlier of Blair feeling untouchable. Until April the 20th, 2023. Because this date is the beginning of the downfall of IILLUMINAUGHTII. Because on that particular date, IILLUMINAUGHTII made a tweet which she will probably regret for the rest of her life, where she accused content creator Legal Eagle of some pretty interesting things. Where she stated, "Not Legal Eagle's editors broaching my editors to take my video style, and when they didn't give up the information, they literally copied it. And by the way, I have the messages from my editors and I found an email from them too. Just changed the color from purple to blue, huh? Interesting. Now, of course, this is a pretty significant allegation to make against any YouTuber, but in particular, when it comes to Legal Eagle, this is even more significant given the fact that Legal Eagle is a lawyer whose content is completely centered around the law and legal situations on social media, but also in the real world. To accuse a lawyer, or at least a lawyer's team, of some form of plagiarism was seen as a pretty ballsy thing to do. Blair then followed up that tweet stating, "So I went through my emails and found this just outright saying, yeah, I'm gonna do this, but if you could make it easier for me, I'd appreciate it." And attached is an email supposedly from an editor stating, "Hey Blair, I work as an editor for Legal Eagle, and I was wondering if there was some effect plugin you guys used for things like the intro to the first NFL video. Well, the lighter colors appear to stick out in 3D. We could recreate it, but we figured that there was probably a faster method that you guys were using. Here's the video I'm talking about just so you know what I mean. Thanks, Danny." And then Blair followed this up stating, "Also went to my Discord server to try and cop the style," and she attaches yet again another screenshot where the same Danny is clearly trying to work out how the editing team on Blair's side performed a certain specific editing effect. And then she attached a side-by-side comparison, and I guess this was some form of way to expose the editor for plagiarism, because according to Blair, this is seemingly a very significant case of plagiarism where someone has outright, I guess, stolen her style. And then Blair ended the thread by stating, "And to be honest, I wouldn't have believed any of this was trying to replicate my videos if not for the email and Discord stuff that was done preemptive to their video coming out. Like, talk about, can I copy your homework? Yeah, but just make it a little bit different." Now, immediately, this created a lot of controversy, and overall, the community sentiment immediately was, this is not a good look on Blair. Leon Lush, another well-known content creator, pointed out a very obvious fact of both examples. All I'm seeing is some incredibly common editing styles / techniques that have been used in thousands of videos. Not sure why you're trying to make this a thing. Honestly, example B made me laugh. If you've ever watched a documentary in your life, you've seen this exact edit, and you're using it as an example of someone copying you. And yeah, what Leon's saying here is absolutely true, because as you can see in this screenshot that Blair provided to kind of give evidence that this person was trying to copy her work, as you can see, there is a 3D effect on the text in Blair's video, and I guess Blair is trying to suggest that this is actually her editing style, and if anyone ever dares try to copy it or emulate it, then that is outright plagiarism. But of course, the problem is, like Leon pointed out, this type of editing style is very common. If you've watched literally any video essay out there ever, you've most likely seen a 3D effect of where someone is just trying to make the edit look cool, look different, look a little bit better, or just a little bit more professional. What's being shown here really isn't anything special, and as Leon pointed out, it's a very, very common editing method. Even in the original email of Danny trying to contact Blair, he actually states that he could recreate this, but he was simply just trying to find a faster method to do this. And the community sentiment surrounding this at the time was pretty much that, yeah, Danny was just trying to make his life easier. He wasn't trying to commit plagiarism, he wasn't trying to copy somebody's work, he was just speaking to a peer in the same space as him, which happens quite a lot. I have spoken to other people about a certain editing style that they use, and I would like to replicate in my video. It's not plagiarism, it's just helping people in the same space that you're in. And it's clear that Legal Eagle did not take to these allegations lightly after he responded to this in a tweet stating, "Hey, Illuminaughti, I think this is a big understanding. Perhaps great minds think alike. No one in my team is trying to copy you. Without an exhaustive review of your channel, I believe we used these two styles before your channel did. We've used them for 3 to 4 years. Plus the two styles, a pseudo paper rip and a highlight, are extremely common on YouTube. The editor you're talking about didn't even design either of those two elements, and again, we've used them for 3 to 4 years at this point. Danny is a great and thorough editor, and when he reached out via email, he was just hoping to find out what plugin your team used on a particular video, which is a very common practice among editors. He was not looking to copy anyone's style. Danny is also a freelancer who makes his own videos. In the Discord, the video he referenced was about being inspired by your subject matter, not your style. He's a fan of yours. The video he was referencing was a video of his own, and not even a Legal Eagle video. Here's the end of the Discord chat that Danny provided to me. He was trying to edit a video of his own using DaVinci Resolve. He was just looking for some technical help, and then thanked everyone anyway, and then as screenshot is attached to where Danny clearly writes, and about talking to the editing team, I've emailed in the past but got no response, so I figured I'd try here. Danny then gets a response stating, this really isn't the place for that, this was just to ask questions about the server, as the mod team really isn't involved in the editing. The editing team are busy people, and Danny then responds with, well thanks for the help. And then Legal Eagle follows this up with 3 more tweets stating, YouTube is great because it's collaborative and the rising tide raises all ships. My team and I always try to provide original, high quality and informative content. We try to help others when they ask for it. There aren't really any trade secrets around here. I didn't know that Danny reached out to you, but I don't fault him for doing so. If anything, I think everyone on this platform should be more open and sharing. Anyway, if you feel any differently or want to hash it out, my DMs are open. Now, after Legal Eagle came out with this tweet, most people out there approached this with a lot of goodwill. They saw what Legal Eagle was doing here, and they respected it quite a lot. It was very clear that the man wasn't looking for drama, he wasn't looking for a public battle with another content creator, he was just trying to resolve an issue that had been made public by another content creator in a false accusation. And immediately this brought criticism onto Blair because people were stating if she really cared about any of these plagiarism issues, she could have just directly contacted Legal Eagle. They were both 2 big content creators who could have easily got into contact with each other, but instead, Blair chose to attack him publicly. And to most of the community out there, this has now gone from a plagiarism issue to a clear example of someone trying to take out their competition. Because whilst Legal Eagle does make videos about law, his videos and Illuminaughti's videos are somewhat in the same category, and people believed what Illuminaughti was doing here was simply trying to remove the competition so her channel can grow even more. Now, of course, to this day, there is no evidence to prove that, but just based on this random attack on Legal Eagle, a lot of things really weren't connecting and making any sense. But immediately after this, people were of course angry, mocking Blair, criticizing Blair, and just in general, for the first time ever for Blair, things were not looking good. It was very clear at that time, and in 2025, Blair had made a complete lapse in her judgment. I think she was at a point where her ego was at a sky high, where it really never reached that level again. She was getting a lot of views, a lot of subscribers, a lot of money was coming in, she had a large team behind her, and she had gotten away with drama in the past without even being questioned, so this was a point of where Illuminaughti really did seem to think she could get away with anything, so I think this was almost a next step in her plan, coming after other larger content creators in order, in my opinion and in other people's opinion, to take out the competition. But what's interesting about this story is it is a complete representation of if you've buried your past, if you've tried to escape from mistreating so many people and everyone around you, eventually one seemingly small bit of drama or one small singular action can alter the trajectory, I can't speak English, can alter the trajectory of your entire career. And this absolutely did that. This created a snowball effect that Blair will most likely regret for the rest of her life. Because things only went from bad to worse when another major YouTuber got involved called HBomberGuy, who on April the 21st tweeted, just to clarify, one of Legal Eagle's editors asked one of your editors what plugin they used for a personal video they're working on for their own channel. I take plagiarism really seriously, so I'm interested in the explanation of what exactly is wrong here. And then he followed it up with a more damning tweet which states, personally, Illuminaughti, I would define plagiarism as something a bit more specific. For example, copying someone else's documentary directly into your script. And this is where things immediately became incredibly ironic, and Blair was immediately dubbed as a hypocrite, because in the video that he attached to those tweets, it shows that if anyone's the plagiarite in this situation, it was Blair.
Professor Hugh Fudenberg.
Professor Fudenberg has long been controversial.
A man named Hugh Fudenberg, a former immunologist who has been long controversial.
In 1989, he was caught up in a bizarre lawsuit involving the Food and Drug Administration, which told him he had to stop injecting his autistic child patients with blood products.
In 1989, he was caught up in a bizarre lawsuit with the Food and Drug Administration, which told him he had to stop injecting his autistic patients with blood products.
Then in 1995, he was suspended from practicing medicine and made to pay a $10,000 fine for his misuse and misprescribing of controlled drugs.
Then in 1995, he was suspended from practicing medicine and made to pay a $10,000 fine for his misuse of prescribing controlled drugs.
Yes, after everything, the drama, the allegations of plagiarism towards Legal Eagle, it turned out that the only person committing what seemed to be plagiarism was Illuminaughti herself. And immediately, people started to question Illuminaughti as her hypocrisy was really starting to be displayed here. Why would she call somebody out for something that she herself had committed? And was, everything what it seemed behind the scenes with this content creator? If they were willing to lie about these things so blatantly and also be a hypocrite, what else could they have possibly done? And because of this supposed plagiarism, this led to people questioning other elements of her channel. For example, somebody here was questioning the upload schedule that I complimented earlier, where this person states, I used to watch their stuff, but I found it odd how she would be able to churn out so many video essays at such a regular pace. I had no proof that anything malicious was going on, but the vibes were just off, Glad it wasn't just all my imagination. Now, of course, up until this point, there was no real direct evidence that Blair was plagiarizing in every single video, but of course, when you're going to accuse somebody of plagiarism and you yourself get caught out at least once for plagiarism, and also there is no proof that that other person you've accused plagiarizing actually plagiarized, it of course is going to cause a lot of doubt. It's going to cause a lot of questions, and people are going to start to look into your history and to see if you yourself are guilty of anything bad. And with that came more and more backlash, and mainly just people demanding that Blair apologizes for this situation. But the problem is no apology was going to prevent the events that were now about to happen in Blair's life, because she had created a snowball effect. Everything that she had done behind the scenes that nobody knew about was boiling up, and one bad public action led to the next events. As on the 23rd of April 2023, former friend of Blair and business collaborator The Click, another YouTuber, called out Blair for a multitude of things in a 16-tweet thread. Hey a peep, I have seen the recent drama regarding Illuminaughti, and I would like to clarify, I am not affiliated with her and haven't been for over 2 years. I left her and her collaborative group Sad Milk due to similar behavior as seen in the recent events. And now, before we go any further, this is when I need to give you a bit of a lore dump on Illuminaughti and her friends. So allow me to introduce you to Sad Milk, which was once a popular group channel which content creators such as Illuminaughti, Ozmedia, Damian Lee, Wonderstruck Guy, The Click, and many others collaborated on Reddit videos, and just in general a bunch of fun things that a lot of people out there enjoyed around the period of 2019 and 2020. And the channel was very successful, but one day mysteriously ended out of nowhere. And this is what I mean by things boiling up behind the scenes and one action then creating that boiling effect to just explode and go everywhere. This had now happened because things were clearly far worse than we originally thought. Because in the second tweet, The Click states he left Sad Milk due to Blair lashing out at friends and fans, paranoia, and generally poor anger management, to name a few. Eventually, I believe pretty much the whole group left her. The last meeting I ever had with her, she spent half an hour screaming at me for an array of random things, calling me a bad friend, lazy, and a bunch of random accusations that didn't really have anything to do with me. He quotes Blair stating, "There is no way you can have this resume you claim and be this stupid," and so on. No one ever even raised their voice back at her. I left along with several other members, half the group at the same time. She spent the next month spreading lies and half-truths about us on the Sad Milk Reddit page and vague posts on Twitter. I still have all the screenshots. She would turn friends against you or specifically team up with people she knew that didn't like you, so she had allies against you. Rallying mainly banned problematic community members known to be liars and conflict seekers. When people started questioning that maybe she was the reason everyone left, there was a very convenient updigging of 11 to 14-year-old videos of me. Stuff that I made back when I started my channel in 2009 when I was a teenager. And as you can probably guess, some of the jokes from that time age like milk. Ironically, it's called Sad Milk. I publicly owned up to my past mistakes and apologized, doing my best to be transparent and honest about my past. She would harp on it, ignoring the fact that it had already been addressed, trying to direct as much attention to it as possible. publicly stating it was a bad apology, along with vague posting about it in comments on the collaboration channel. Maybe in an attempt to get people to assume I had been kicked out for poor behavior, rather than leave because of her own behavior. She also liked to pull what I can only describe as petty acts of revenge. For example, some people left comments on the collaboration channel saying, good that the clique left, and they'd obviously get ratioed hard, as people were there for the curators. She would then go and manually delete the ratio comments, but leave the original hate comments. She then tried to gain control of my Discord when it was surpassed by hers in size, by tossing around accusations at staff and trying to get rid of my team and replacing it with hers, giving me the ultimatum to fire my entire senior team or be publicly fired from Sad Milk myself. I was still a YouTube freshie at the time, and she was quite intimidating, claiming connections and clout, reputation and powerful friends, so everyone stayed mostly silent and had to constantly look over our shoulders for the next year. None of us even mentioning the whole thing. We were worried about talking in our own Discords, as it had become apparent she had spies within our moderation ranks. We were hoping we wouldn't have our reputation completely destroyed for simply walking away. This is just a brief summary of events. It's sad to see she hasn't changed. Now yes, obviously this at the time painted a completely new picture of Illuminaughti, because as I mentioned earlier, Blair at this point of time was a very well-respected community member. Yes, there had been murmurs of drama here and there, but it had been quashed by the community of people that really did believe everything that Blair told them, because she had a lot of good videos. She had the facts out there in her videos about a lot of other people out there. But the real fact is that the true facts about Blair were definitely not out there. But then just like before, things only got worse when another former member of Sad Milk came out called Wonderstruck, where they made a Twitter thread about Blair stating, "Forgive me for this being scattered, emotions and all, as Sad Milk Fred. After being threatened with a breach for speaking out, I can confirm that the behavior Blair exhibits is entirely accurate here. I'm aware of the bridges that I burned, and I remain where I am. After Sad Milk split, it was a constant negative echo chamber that I took part in. Regardless, I used to edit for Sad Milk. Blair made no effort to take direction. She made everything about herself. Sad Milk at the time was the nearest thing to family I had, which sounds pathetic, but the content creator space is a very isolating one. The amount of hours I would spend online making drafts, editor tutorials for new hires, staying up, trying to get some editing in if editors were short-handed. I missed Christmas with my brother and father, fixing the mistake of the editor she hired, and I didn't even get a thank you, and it took me more than half a month to even get paid. Meanwhile, she delays payments to editors so she can purchase expensive clothes, visit BMW dealerships, and spend hundreds on food a day. While I do hold my beliefs towards certain matters, every month or so, there was a new villain of the week. And they would 1 second be a normal person in our lives, and then the next, suddenly, a hidden monster through, you guessed it, Blair's mouth. To say Sad Milk split on creative differences is a joke. It's a flat-out lie. Again, I'm aware of the bridges burned, but I can confirm that call took place where she screamed, cursed, and had a meltdown towards the clique and one topic at a time. It was a train wreck. It was supposed to be a fun group project, and we had become profitable, even to a small extent. Blair wanted creative lead, and we went from doing fun creative topics more in line with the Reddit we would all cover on our own channels, to doing unenthusiastic view content. Blair took control and would not listen to how the videos should be made, and so we got hyper loud music with like sprites paired with adult humor, which just made being a part of Sad Milk humiliating. My friends and I would watch Sad Milk and not laugh at the content, but at how awful it had become. Not due to anyone not being entertaining, but the lack of quality control. It was an editorial nightmare. It's why I stopped editing, because my really well-made content got roped into that by proxy. But Blair did not care. It was hers, and anyone who dared try to take the reins was a threat. After Click and One Topic and Salty left, I did almost all the heavy lifting, which is a thankless job for being small on the internet. I tried making schedules. I motivated Blair during another mental breakdown of hers to not delete the channel or the Discord, since I had actively read through the comments on both, and we had people who we mattered to. After months of behind the scenes insults towards the Click and One Topic, it became so negative and stale. Yeah, we all took part, but it was going on so long that it just became day after day. Blair would sit and check Click and One Topic Social Blade. She would make fake accounts to stalk them, but not just them, but a large portion of the commentary community. I personally see her try to get a lawyer to shut down anyone who says anything against her, and they ruined her day by saying, yeah, we can't really do anything. It's insane. Innocent people don't work so hard to try and silence others. We would get no work done, and I can't count how many times I pleaded and set up meetings for us just to do something, and nobody cared. I thought I had a friend who was hurting, and then I saw I had moved to villain. And like everyone else, I got shut out, trash talked, and the people I made efforts to be friends with wouldn't even acknowledge my existence. For me though, I had already moved states under good faith that I was bettering my life. In the 30 days of living with Blair, it was a nightmare. I felt like I was trapped in her home always. She makes everyone her enemy. She called Wonder checking in to see if I'm okay an invasion of her privacy. I sent her numerous messages trying to show I wanted to be her friend. She lives like an actual monster. Her home is a mess, like Hoarder's bad. Constant subtweets about me on Twitter and ignoring me. And if I dare say anything back, her Discord manager would happily remind me of my contract. This is disgusting. And then they attach a photo, which you can see, yes, there is a very extremely messy, dirty room there. So, my therapist, who she accuses me of stealing because she recommended, suggested that I leave that home at all costs, and I did. And the details I can't go into further due to legalities, but I ended up with no car, hardly any clothes and money to my name, and no home. Now, working full time again, I had no time for my channel. I had cried, bled, and worked through hell to get up. So I watched it die, since my main concern now was just putting food on my table. All because I made friends with one of the most vile people on the platform. Nobody wanted to talk to me, and I was too afraid to fully go public, as I didn't know the reach this massive creator had. I had everything IRL and online taken from me. She personally threw my YouTube play button in the trash. If that isn't symbolism, man, I don't know what is. I have spent the last 2 years of my life rebuilding from the ground up due to this woman. The only difference is I can come back from this as a strong person. She doesn't. She can't take that away from everyone she has screwed over. Blair, you can't hide anymore. Sooner or later, you were going to push everyone who cared about you away, and you'd realize the world isn't out to get you. But you made your fears a reality all on your own. I'm not afraid of you. You don't get that from me anymore. Never again. Now, when this tweet went out, naturally, it was a big shocker for the entire YouTube community. Because yes, we had seen the situation with Legal Eagle, we had seen the situation with The Click, but this situation with Wonderstruck was far more personal than just a little bit of problems with a group YouTube channel. I'm not trying to discredit The Click story here, but from what it seemed at this moment of time, at the time of these tweets going out, Wonderstruck's situation was far more personal, to the point of where someone had lost their home, had no car, hardly any clothes, and no money to their name. It was very clear that Blair's actions had been affecting people, not just in a social media space, but in real life as well. Which at the time was absolutely insane, considering Illuminaughti for so long had built up a good reputation, but within a few short days, it was all being brought down. And that collapse only continued when more and more threads about Blair started to come out. For example, another former member of Sad Milk, One Topic at a Time, made a thread of their personal negative experiences with Sad Milk. And whilst this thread was definitely not as heavy as the others, it basically did just confirm a large amount of the stories from the previous threads, such as Blair spreading rumors and stories, trying to damage their reputation, and ultimately just bringing a large amount of pain and stress onto Blair's former friends and co-workers. And it just kind of felt that at this point, every single content creator in the space had had a negative experience with Illuminaughti. Of course, that's not the case, but there was just so many Twitter threads coming out of people documenting how they had been negatively affected by Blair at least one point in their life, and yeah, this only continued. Because another former member of Sad Milk and former partner of Blair this time, Oz Media, came out with their experience with Blair, and it began stating how scared they are to do this, and there is so much fear that they can feel it in their guts. And I think just reading those words at the time really did shock people. What had Illuminaughti done to have such control and power and fear over her former friends? This wasn't a typical bit of YouTube drama where, oh, this person doesn't like this person. There had clearly been a large amount of trauma placed onto these individuals, and people wanted to know the truth. Now, Oz starts it off by confirming things, stating, yeah, it's a mess, but the Twitter threads by Wonder and Click and what they have stated about Sad Milk is the truth. The whole project was a mess from start to finish. I really wish I didn't need to do this, but with the flurry of DMs I've been getting, I don't have a choice but to speak out. Blair, I'm sorry, but you have hurt me. I need to speak out without being told by you, oh, I'm just the villain, I'm always in the wrong, or something along those lines. Words I have heard from you consistently. I want to be heard for once. I need to clear my mind and conscience after holding this in for 2 years. Forgive me, but it's what needs to be done. And yeah, it's time to get into probably the most damning thread of all, as this was a bit different. This wasn't just a co-worker or former friend of Blair. This was the ex-partner of Blair. These two individuals had lived together and had been in a relationship together, so I think it says quite a lot that even this individual is coming out and speaking their story. When looking at the whole of the project, it was mostly controlled and run by Blair. Her main worry was because of her, in her word, lack of personality. She felt as though her contribution to Sad Milk needed to be the managerial bureaucracy behind the scenes to justify her presence. This led to a defensive approach when anyone would attempt to assist the nitty-gritty behind the scenes, in brackets, despite her claiming that no one wanted to help her, one of the factors she claims to be the final nail in the coffin of Sad Milk. Blair was indeed the aggressor. She always had been. As an example of this behavior, look at the Legal Eagle situation. Blair had the habit of starting fights, but will almost never ever publicly apologize if proven wrong. She will instead hide behind a private apology and, from my perspective, act as though this makes everything better. After all, she would express to me that admitting error would only make her look stupid and weak. This will be followed by her blocking people on Twitter, silencing detractors through YouTube channel bans, deleting comments, and putting her accounts on the down low to prevent interaction. For example, Sad Milk. She would blacklist former collaborators from being mentioned, but manually approve hate comments towards them, which in my opinion were specifically ones which instead praised her or the remaining members, including me. This is her MO. It had been for the 4 years I've known her. It actually perfectly ties into how we first met and began speaking in April of 2019. Sad Milk was very much like this. At the first sign of dissonance, her response was to have me confront one topic and Click with this list of talking points in an attempt to show them how wrong they were, which I accepted. This brings me to, well, me. What is missing from both Click and Wonder's threads is the fact that I acted as Blair's frontrunner. Anything Blair needed to say went through me first. Essentially, I acted as a spokesperson. This was actually a common factor in our relationship. I would always act as a filler to keep her out of drama or from saying things which would be seen as offensive or kindle for a larger fire. I stopped doing this in January. This does not excuse me from protecting her for so long, but this is the truth. I could take the approach and say I was manipulated, which perhaps I was, but I still knew what I was doing. I always did, and it always hurt. It left a huge black mark on my spirit and my ability to feel comfortable in my own skin. I had moved to Colorado, got a house, and lived with her at the time. She was in my life every day, and I would hear these theories and villainous explanations directed at anyone who wronged her. It was hard to avoid, let alone not fall for them. I believed it was my responsibility to protect my friend from something that, in my view, was clearly hurting her. Something that I felt eating at her and making her daily life worse. Things which in hindsight could have been solved with a conversation, but she was unwilling. Instead, the conspiring, backstabbing, and rumor machine were put into full swing. I, much as Wonder and Salty, were forced by Blair to choose between her or Click and one topic. Of course, I chose the person that I lived with. What was I going to do? Move again? I mean, I could have. Once I chose my side, I was met with praise and adoration from her and her mod staff. At the time, it felt that I was making the right decision. Boy, I was wrong. I've lost so many friends, isolated myself, been at her side despite feeling like my connections to the world were being severed. I always acted as her talking piece, from yelling at one topic to berating Click and others I did in service of someone who at the time I believed every word of. I trusted Blair to hell and back and thought I was doing good. I have learned since then through both self-reflection and conversations with old friends just how much I was used. There of course is much more than I could ever hope to cram into this stupid Twitter thread that I know I'm going to get angry DMs and phone calls over. Blair, I need you to know that you hurt me more than you realize. I know you're scanning this and having your team read over it, maybe even looking at sending me a legal threat as you parade to do so. But I want you to apologize for once in your life and take accountability. Please, Blair. You would rather paint the world red than admit you have fault. And yes, that ending to that thread was very ominous for what was about to come. But this actually does bring us to the ending of all of the massive Twitter threads that were going around in early 2023 about experiences with Illuminaughti. And overall, Oz's statement, Wonderstruck statement, the Click, One Topic statements, they all had damaged Blair's reputation. There were a large amount of allegations building up and people speaking out against her, and overall, Blair's reputation was completely destroyed. And I guess that does just bring us to one question of, well, how did Blair respond? So yes, the response of Illuminaughti, which came on the 28th of April 2023, just a week after her tweet that started everything, Blair tweeted, "To Legal Eagle, although I have apologized privately, I would like to do so now publicly. I'm sorry for making editing style claims that were inaccurate. I jumped the gun, thought hastily, and should have messaged you privately to hash things out. I am sorry." And then Blair attached some direct messages apologizing and Legal Eagle replying to her stating, "Thank you for the apology." Now at the time, a lot of people out there had a lot of criticism for this apology, stating that realistically it was not that much. It didn't really seem that she was that sorry. But at the end of the day, as someone that has covered multiple YouTuber apologies, I can say that an apology is the easiest thing to criticize. And I guess at the end of the day, at least she did put out a public apology saying sorry. Like, yes, there's not really much emotion in this considering the magnitude of her original claims, but at the end of the day, I guess it is good that she apologized. But as I said previously, no apology was going to prevent what was happening in this situation. Blair had kicked off the snowball effect, and that snowball had now become an avalanche. Things were just getting worse every single day for Blair at this point, and it was only going to continue. Because at this point of the timeline, the Legal Eagle situation was weirdly old news. After all of the threads that we just went through, not many people were really speaking about the Legal Eagle situation, and instead were now looking at Blair as an actual supervillain that had potentially made people homeless, ruined their lives, traumatized individuals that she's worked with, and overall just being a horrible person. And that led to tweets from Neon Caffeine responding to this apology stating, "That's cool and all, but are you going to address the numerous abuse allegations that previous employees and roommates and even your own ex have publicized?" And this pretty much was the sentiment surrounding Blair's apology of, okay, great, you've apologized, but at the end of the day, the thing you're apologizing for here, realistically in the grand scheme of things, is no longer a major thing. There are far more pressing issues for Blair to deal with. But interestingly enough, Blair actually did deal with that situation. Because on the exact same day as apologizing to Legal Eagle on Twitter, she uploaded a YouTube video titled Illuminaughti Exposed. And yes, when this uploaded, I remember the immediate reaction of being shock and confusion of, why is this influencer making an exposed video on themselves? Well, it's because what this video actually is well, addressing all the Illuminaughti exposed threads that we just previously went through and all of the speculation surrounding Blair at the current period of time. But this was particularly interesting considering right now, all of this drama surrounding Illuminaughti had been confined to Twitter, and really just in a bit of a niche micro-internet community that on the grand scale of things really wasn't doing much in terms of Blair's actual overall audience. You see, on Twitter, yes, you're going to have some of your audience there, but at the end of the day, Blair had over 1 million subscribers at this point, and only a little fraction of that audience were over on Twitter, and the majority of her audience did not know about the things happening on Twitter. So for Blair to expose all of her dirty laundry and exposés going around her to her audience of 1.7 million subscribers, I would say this probably is not a good move, because even if you're going to convince some people that you're in the right, you're now exposing this story to people who didn't even know about it, and you're just inadvertently going to at least lose a large section of people who fundamentally are going to disagree with what you were saying, whereas if you just kept this on Twitter, it probably wouldn't have gone this massive. But to be fair, hindsight is a wonderful thing, and I am looking back on this thing 2 years ahead of when it actually happened, and you know, maybe Blair would have had to eventually put out a YouTube video because other YouTubers would have covered it, but when you were seeing this in 2023, it definitely was very confusing that this niche stuff happening on Twitter had now been turned into a massive situation. Because as you can see, this video has over 1 million views. This story had officially gone mainstream because of Blair herself. And it's ironic because something you're going to notice throughout this entire story is all of Blair's ex-friends and employees coming out and stating that Blair very much is someone that can't admit she was wrong in any situation. She will always fight back, she will refuse to say sorry, and this is a perfect example of this. She could have easily put out a few tweets saying sorry for her actions and just reflecting on things, and maybe that wouldn't have been enough for everyone, but to do what she did in this video is crazy. Because as you can see, yes, the video absolutely did not go down well. And what we're now going to do is go through this video in a chronological order, and I'm going to attempt to not kind of jump forward in the chronological timeline too much. There are going to be moments of where we are going to have to refer to things later on down the timeline just to disprove a few very serious accusations here and there, because I don't want to leave it for like an hour without going back to it or potentially forgetting about it. There is a lot being said here, and yeah, we're going to go through all of it now. And the first thing that Blair addresses is immediately the legal eagle situation, and in fairness, she did give another apology.
Now, before we get into debunking many false statements that have been made about me, I want to start with an apology. I have apologized privately to Legal Eagle the day after this incident occurred, though I have not been publicizing that until right now. Maybe this is something I should have said sooner, but I needed the time to think through the events that have preceded. And for those unaware, a short story. My editors came to me about how parts of a Legal Eagle video looked similar to our videos. And then there were messages and an email from one of Legal Eagle's editors asking for more information about how we do certain effects. I looked at the compared images that were brought to me and I said, wow, that does look pretty similar, and I impulsively posted about it on Twitter. Truthfully, I should have looked into this more instead of just putting the information out there the second I had a gut reaction about it. I should have asked him what the emails were about, but I didn't, and I made a mistake, and plain and simple, I was wrong. So to Legal Eagle and team, I just want to reiterate that I messed up, and I'm sorry for any stress this may have caused you and of course to your team. I know I apologized privately and removed the tweets with that apology, and I'm now publicly sharing that information with all of you. And I want to extend that apology to my audience and to listeners who are disappointed in me for this, because I'm also disappointed in myself. It was a quick-drawn decision and it wasn't thought out. I promise to do better.
Now, without the context of any of the things we've gone through today, I would actually say that this is a bit of a respectable apology to bring this onto your YouTube channel when this was only happening on your Twitter page. I say that's pretty respectable. If you remove all of the context from this story and what's to come in this video, I could see this as respectable, and if there wasn't all the drama going on separate to the Legal Eagle situation, maybe this would have been that and it would have all been great and Illuminaughti would continue to have been a successful YouTuber. But no, that's not going to happen. And the thing is, with Blair's apology here, a lot of people at the time, and still to this day, really didn't see it as authentic. People just mainly believed that Blair was making this apology because she was called out, because she was exposed, and because people went against her. The fact of the matter is this story was a complete load of bollocks, but at the end of the day, if it went Blair's way, I highly doubt that she would have actually apologized or retracted this story in the future. In my personal opinion, as I've already said, I think she was trying to take out her competition and make others look bad so she would look better, and she got called out, and that's why she's now apologizing. And also, I fundamentally believe with all the things that she's going to get into in the later parts of this video, I think this apology is here to kind of act as a cushion to go into all of the things that she's about to go into, because yeah, from this moment on, it's basically just false accusation after false accusation and lies upon lies upon lies.
Let's start with the first accusation and go from there. After Legal Eagle responded in his tweets, there was another tweet that arose in tandem to this situation. And that tweet was made by another YouTuber called HBomberGuy. And this YouTuber is someone who also creates longer form content. As someone who creates this type of content and researches various topics, the main thing to keep in mind is the source material used. Things like articles, interviews, videos, documentaries, academic essays, and so on and so forth. As video essayists, this is a core concept to both Harris and myself. Before I get into the accusation itself, I want to address the topic of plagiarism. And that word has been tossed around a ton, and it's not something to be taken lightly. And I just want to take a minute to define this word. On screen are definitions for the word plagiarism as defined by Merriam-Webster, Dictionary.com, and the University of Oxford. I'm showing multiple sources defining plagiarism, but the overall definition is going to boil down to this. Plagiarism is to take someone else's idea as their own or to not credit the source. With that definition being clearly identified, let's go ahead and take a look at what Harris brought to the Twitter table. Harris posted this video saying, and I quote, "Personally, at Illuminaughti, I would define plagiarism as something a bit more specific. For example, copying someone else's documentary directly into your script." End quote. However, in his own video, he shows where I'm audibly quoting a direct line from the documentary, and even visually you can see it on the screen with the quotation marks. Additionally, you can even see the dual ellipses on either end of that quote, indicating that more of that source was being cited. When you go to my sourcing page for this particular episode, you can also see that the documentary is listed as a source. It has been 3 years since I posted this episode, and I've been really grateful to be able to continually learn and grow with time. Since then, I have learned to be much more overt and obvious with citations, something that may not have been perfectly clear to me 3 years ago.
Now immediately, there was a lot of issues people had with what Blair was saying here. And the first one being Blair defending herself by stating that this plagiarism happened years ago. And okay, sure, this may have taken place a few years ago, but at the end of the day, this video is still publicly available on your YouTube channel, and you are still monetizing that video and making profit off that video. You're still making profit off somebody else's work, and that is still publicly available, and to this day most likely still making money for Blair. She didn't, actually give the money to the people that she plagiarized. She kept it for herself and has still got the video up on her channel as far as I know. You can say that you're sorry in all of these situations, but at the end of the day, if you're going to defend yourself like this, then in my opinion, you're just making excuses and you really actually do not feel sorry for anything that you've done here. But now let's get into the defense surrounding the quotations here. Because yeah, she is correct in there being some quotation marks in relation to the section about the FDA lawsuit from 1989. But there is a key bit of context missing here, and that is going to be a pattern throughout all of this video. Because the quote marks being showed only appear on the quote from the FDA lawsuit in 1989. But she's phrasing it in her defense like she's used quotation marks throughout every single section of the supposed alleged plagiarism, when she absolutely has not done that. She has only used quotation marks on one specific section, quoting one specific article. And when you put the clips side by side and compare them to each other, it very clearly shows that Blair was copying what the narrator says and not quoting him, and she only quoted one thing in the entire section, which of course would still be a form of plagiarism.
Professor Hugh Freudenberg.
Professor Freudenberg has long been controversial.
A man named Hugh Freudenberg, a former immunologist who has been long controversial.
In 1989, he was caught up in a bizarre lawsuit involving the Food and Drug Administration, which told him he had to stop injecting his autistic child patients with blood products.
In 1989, he was caught up in a bizarre lawsuit with the Food and Drug Administration, which told him he had to stop injecting his autistic patients with blood products.
So yes, there is a quotation mark there, but it's just hilarious because the one quote she's actually making here, yes, does come from the documentary, but that was the documentary themselves actually quoting a legal document. The thing Blair is quoting isn't even her own quote. She's actually plagiarized a quote from a documentary of where they decided to quote something, and then she's just left out all of the other bits that she's copied in terms of what the narrator is saying. It's a bit confusing, but overall, Blair's defense here is just absolutely hilariously terrible. So yes, it was pretty obvious that some form of copying had happened here, whether that was Illuminaughti's doing, or whether it was one of her scriptwriters or researchers doing. Something weird had happened here. Now, do I personally believe that Blair had plagiarized in every single video ever? her? No, I do not. And honestly, I wouldn't be surprised if the majority of that actual video was not plagiarized and there were just some awkward moments here and there. But the issue is the thing that she accused Legal Eagle of was a complete and utter nothing burger. But in this case, there is a valid criticism to have here, and it just makes Blair look like a complete hypocrite. And the fact that she has even defended herself here just makes herself look even worse. And this just takes us back to Oz's tweet earlier of where he is appearing to beg Blair to finally take some accountability. Because in the grand scheme of things, this whole section to do with Legal Eagle is now massively insignificant in comparison to the rest of this story, but despite that, she is still not willing to take any responsibility, she is still being incredibly disingenuous, and she is not showing any signs of actually being sorry for what she has done and being sorry for being a hypocrite, which just shows that in the future, we can't trust her in any way, shape, or form. And the community saw this and thought to themselves, well, yeah, what do you expect us to believe in any other serious scenario? And of course, that sets the stage considering we still have another 40 minutes to get through. And yeah, that takes us to when Blair starts to actually speak about the sad milk situation. And she starts off that section by talking about how and why she took charge of that channel.
Before I address any one person individually, I want to kind of cover everything in a general and broader scope regarding Sad Milk. Sad Milk was a collaboration channel started by 6 friends in 2020. It was kind of essentially group Reddit readings and just looking at cringe things online and reacting to it. It was no big deal on the surface. This channel and this project was just meant to be something goofy, easy, and kind of cringy, but a shared channel that we could all get a kick out of. It was just supposed to be a bunch of friends hanging out, reacting to funny images, and just having a good time together. I mean, the channel name was literally called Sad Milk, so it wasn't really something that anyone was taking too seriously. Discussing Sad Milk now in current day is always a little bit bittersweet for me. It was a fun project among friends that turned sour. The issues I'm about to address cost me some of my closest friends at that time. When the Sad Milk channel was formed, I initially took the lead and I made the channel, I made the Discord, I got my mods from my server to help run the new Discord, I hired and managed video editors to help us produce more content. I was the one who was sourcing the topics and files for each video, and I was the one who had set the schedules for recording too. The reality of the situation was this: with creators in different time zones, it was logistically pretty hard to get everyone together at one place in one time. We tried to do it organically multiple times, but unfortunately someone would always end up missing from the recordings. There's a lot of work behind the scenes that goes into a YouTube channel, and I bore the brunt of it for this project. And it wasn't something that I was doing to have total control, as some members have suggested. I managed the schedules and the editors because it was just something that needed to be done. People weren't stepping up to the plate, and I did, and I ultimately bit off more than I could chew. It was a lot of work, if we're being honest, and I was beginning to burn out pretty quickly. Had I known how I would have been treated through this channel and afterwards, I never would have joined this project.
Now, I've worked with plenty of other content creators in the past, and I understand that it can be a bit of a stressful job, and I can get what Blair is saying here. But I think what she's really trying to do here is kind of justify her anger and treatment of her former employees and former co-workers in the past by stating, oh, I was stressed out because I had to take control of the business as nobody else was doing that. But as I said before, I've also worked with YouTubers in group settings. I've also worked with people on collaborations, and I've met YouTubers and just experienced them in a regular setting when cameras are off. And I can tell you, a lot of YouTubers like to take charge and like to be the leader so they can justify them acting like a bellend. They think that because they're in charge of everything, that means that they can just justify being to everyone, and I think that's what Blair is trying to do here. When the reality is that isn't a justification for actions, it's just you being a bellend and not willing to take any responsibility yet again. But after this, Blair only continues when she starts to speak about everybody's responsibilities at the company. And of course, Blair is going to make it out to sound like she was the number one in charge doing absolutely everything.
It was a lot of work, if we're being honest, and I was beginning to burn out pretty quickly. Had I known how I would have been treated through this channel and afterwards, I never would have joined this project. Essentially, everyone in the group had 2 main responsibilities for Sad Milk. The first was that you had to show up to the scheduled recording, and the second was you had to pay your portion of the editor's fees as they arise. After the editors were paid, any earnings that were left in the channel were split into 6 equal pieces for each person. Since this was a project among friends, we all initially agreed to just split the earnings 6 ways, even though I was taking on some extra responsibilities. When it was time to pay the editors, I wasn't answered or told that they would just get it to me later. I had to do this at various points with a vast majority of the members of the group. They would eventually get around to reimbursing me only after I expressed in group meetings how I was upset that I have to do everything, and I also got stuck footing the bill too. What quickly transpired was that members either couldn't or wouldn't reimburse me for the editors. For clarity's sake, I do want to disclose that we as a group later revised our agreement after paying all editors and creative freelancers that 5% of remaining earnings would go directly to me for the administrative work that I was doing. After that, the remaining earnings would then be split amongst the group evenly. Ultimately, the channel made very little, and it actually cost a lot more than we earned a majority of the time.
Now again, as I said earlier, I can kind of understand what Blair is speaking about here, and I think anybody in any business can understand it. People being delayed their payments will be a very stressful thing. Working in business with friends can be a very messy and stressful thing, and honestly, I would not recommend it. But again, I can't help but hear this and think that Blair is only saying this so she can justify the things that she is being accused of: mistreating people, being horrible to people, being nasty to people. It just kind of sounds like Blair is saying, oh, I was really stressed out, so therefore I treated everybody terribly. But also, there is another problem here. Because Blair word for word states in that previous clip that there was a restructure plan made to prevent these issues from happening in the future. So I really don't understand why any of this is really being brought up, because sure, you could have been stressed, but at the end of the day, that doesn't justify some of your actions that you've been accused of. But also, with there being a restructure plan in place, it clearly indicates that you all collectively got together as a group, worked out the problems, and tried to make sure that that would not happen in the future. Hence, there was a plan put in place. But then let's take a look at the DMs that Blair was showing us, where the click clearly states that the only reason money had not been sent out is due to his credit limit being reached, and then a few days later he apologized, explaining the issue with the bank and that the money had been sent. So what this now seems like to me, after reading the actual context of those DMs, is a very short-term issue has been kind of expanded and kind of exaggerated into a much larger issue than it ever actually was, and this is a complete deliberate tactic to deflect from actual allegations against her and just be like, again, yeah, I was really stressed out, I was the leader and I had to deal with all these things, but the reality is it's very clear that the people she was working with were very understanding, they came to a lot of resolutions, and they worked out the problems in the business. Honestly, this does just sound like the realities of working with your friends. There are gonna be issues, it's gonna be messy, but from what I could see, they were at the time healthily actually going about things in terms of creating plans, apologizing, and actually eventually getting things sorted. So yeah, things could have been frustrating, but with what Blair is showing us and telling us here, none of this really seems intentionally malicious whatsoever. So I don't really think any of this is valid. And from what I've read in the comment section and the community sentiment surrounding it at the time of where this response came out, a lot of people out there just kind of believe that Blair was trying to build up a victim narrative so she could get away with a lot of things that she may or may not have done. And another example of that comes in the next part of this video, where Blair actually does make an apology after making 3 minutes worth of excuses.
Something the Click brought up in his Twitter thread was that I was angry and yelled in a meeting, but what he didn't share was the context of that meeting. As I've previously stated, the scheduling and money issues had been an ongoing problem. In the meeting that he vaguely references on Twitter, this is what actually happened. I had become more and more frustrated about how I was doing all of the work, I was doing all of the maintenance, and then I was also having to financially foot the bill to the project. As I said, it was burning me out pretty quickly, and I was thinking about leaving the group. Ozmedia suggested that he try to run the meeting and I not attend, and I agreed. But One Topic and Click were very insistent that I be there, even though I said I was not ready to talk and I needed more time. So when I entered the call, I tried to let everyone know that I was uncomfortable with having this conversation and I was not ready to have it. Again, I would like to point out that at this point in time, these were still my friends. These were people that I liked and cared about. Letting your friends know, hey, I'm not okay right now, I'm really stressed and hurt, while you all get to stream, I still have to pick up the pieces to keep this channel going, is a really difficult conversation to have. Before the meeting started, I was told that if I didn't show up, that they would not have the conversation with me and everything would just stagnate. So I tried to put the channel and my friends' needs above my own. Reluctantly, I joined the conversation, and as I was speaking, one topic talked over me, and out of frustration of this happening yet again, I raised my voice and said, "Can you shut up and let me talk for once?" And he left the call, and that's the last time I ever spoke with him. Looking back at it now, I should not have spoken to my friend like that. I felt that I wasn't given time to process and think things through, and in process of, emotion vomit came out. One topic, I would like to apologize for that, this time publicly. Clearly, this was a situation that affected all of us very deeply and personally, and this was an exciting idea, but one that never really took off the way I think we thought it could. To all of the members of Sad Milk, I just want to say that I'm very sorry that I caused you stress throughout this project.
Can we get a big load of congratulations in the comment section? Because yes, Blair has finally made somewhat of an apology after making excuses for 3 minutes straight. Yeah, a real apology would not be you trying to justify the things that you're about to apologize for. And this just kind of proves a lot of the things said about Blair in all of the Twitter threads that we went through previously. Things where Blair is unable to take any responsibility, she's never sorry in any scenario, and she can never be wrong in any scenario. There always has to be a mountain of guilt-tripping, victimization, and excuses before she makes the most half-assed apology possible. We're about 13 minutes into this video at this point, and all it has been is deflections, justifications, manipulation, and mistruths. It's obviously not a good start, and you can kind of work out why this video went down so terribly. But another thing to point out in this video is Blair keeps on making it out like she would constantly take the lead because nobody was willing to get involved and help with any of the workload. But what you're going to discover as we go further through this video is that could not be further from the truth. I'm not going to jump ahead in the timeline right now, but there's going to be plenty amounts of evidence to show that so many of Blair's friends tried to help. They tried to do so much work, and they did do a lot of work, and Blair is just blatantly lying about this. But also from Blair's own admissions, she speaks about how they created plans to stop problems from happening in the future. They got together and resolved issues, and to me, that's an indication that there was a group collective going on here, but Blair is kind of trying to change history to suit her narrative. But then we move into the next section of where Blair starts to actually speak about the clique and some of the statements that the clique made. In particular, the allegation the clique made that Blair would go around spreading certain pieces of rumors or information out there about the clique, and Blair was not having it.
I want to take a couple minutes to bring up the clique and the many claims that he made on Twitter recently. The clique brings up how, as he puts it, a very convenient series of videos resurfaced with him saying some not so savory things after he left Sad Milk. His old videos, as he puts it, aged like milk. They did. I'm not going to dive into it further. The information's out there if you so choose to look. And as Click stated, those videos are 11 to 14 years old. And to be perfectly clear here, those videos are not any of the reasons as to why we split ways in Sad Milk, as Click tries to insinuate. Even back in 2020, I had stated that those videos had nothing to do with the ending of Sad Milk. I was actually unaware of those videos at the time of our friendship, but had I been aware of them, that friendship would have likely ended sooner. Unfortunately, when those videos surfaced, it wasn't really all that shocking to me, as Oz Media and I had actually talked about how Click had been using the R slur while we played games together. I thought, or I wanted to assume, that I had misheard, but Oz said that he was uncomfortable with it and said something, but the language continued. Click, you are right. Those videos in question are old, and at this point, they're kind of irrelevant. People can learn and people can change. That being said, at the time in 2020, Click was still using horrifying language and slurs that have long been deemed unacceptable.
Now, firstly, what I should just say here is that what Blair is speaking about here, of course, is just an allegation, but I guess at the same time, so was what the Click said originally in his thread. But yes, from what Blair was saying there, it's very obvious that she was not going to back down when it came to the Click, and as you go further and further into this video, more and more comes out. So I should just say, take everything in basically the entirety, but in mainly the next part of this video, with a large jar or bucket of salt, because yes, there are going to be a large amount of serious allegations now made, and again, just drink up that salt. Because yes, after this, Blair starts to randomly suggest that the Click was actually allowing predators to thrive in his Discord and get away with horrible actions. And I know before I said that I'm going to try and remain chronological here, but of course, with what we're about to get into, I'm going to have to jump ahead in the timeline because I do not want to leave these things open for like an hour until we get into the Click's eventual response. So yes, let's just get into what Blair had to say.
I'd now like to address the Click's claims that I had any involvement in trying to gain control of his Discord server by, as he says, tossing around accusations at staff. Because unfortunately, there were some truly sinister things occurring in the Click's Discord that were brought to my attention. For this next section, I would like to provide a trigger warning. There will be mentions of explicit sexual language, mentions of graphic imagery, and inappropriate behavior around minors. Before I go any further into this, I want to mention that there's going to be resources in my description box regarding what I'm about to discuss now. I do think it's relevant to bring up that in 2019, the Click's channel was terminated by YouTube for sexual content. At the time, a few YouTubers, including myself and Oz Media, band together to help reinstate Click's channel. Oz spoke to his MCN representative, and I spoke with YouTube directly. This is something that I now look back on with so much regret. Had I known at the time what was going on behind the scenes, I never would have participated in helping Click with his channel. Allow me to explain the situation a little bit. The Click and I had shared Discord moderators around the time of Sad Milk being created. Due to the Click's inaction, our shared moderators had brought a situation in his server to my attention. A situation involving in Click's Discord, there was a 19-year-old bragging about a 12-year-old that he was claiming to be involved with. A moderator reached out to get more information on this situation. This 19-year-old then reiterates, and I am directly quoting this here, "I talked with my therapist about it, even too, and he told me as long as I don't touch her, it's okay." Click and his team did not pursue any immediate action to ban, restrict, or report this individual.
Now, the word immediate is very important here, because typically the word immediate means you do something right now, at once, instantly. But the problem is with this word of immediate or immediately doing something is the issue of time zones. Now, I'm going to do what I said that I wouldn't do and go ahead in the timeline here due to the serious nature of what is being accused by Blair and show this tweet from the Click that he put out after this video came out, where he states the only reason that he did not ban this individual himself was because it took place at 3 a.m. in his time zone. Because the event that took place that's being described by Blair was involving an American, and the Click lives in Europe. Now, Blair, I don't know if I need to say it in a really slow way so you understand my words, but America is in a different time zone to Europe. Sorry if that was really condescending. I don't know why I'm being a dick, but yeah, basically, the Click was asleep. There was no way that he could find out about this thing, and of course, the person was very, very quickly removed from his Discord by his mods that were actually awake in that time zone. But to be fair, he also did admit that yes, some of his mods did not act in a timely, instantaneous manner, and they are no longer on the team. So realistically, there is not a problem here. It was immediately resolved, and Blair is once again turning this very insignificant short-term event into like this massive thing, which definitely did not happen in terms of like, she's trying to make it out like he's harboring all these criminals in the server, and it's actually this big secret thing she's exposing, when the reality is a very, very bad thing happened. It was one time, and she's trying to make it look like somehow that's the Click's fault. Now, to be fair, she also does mention that other people in the server were sending explicit content throughout the server, and again, because of the serious nature of the allegation, I am going to have to jump ahead in the timeline. Because the Click also addressed this by stating that he personally removed this person from his server when he found out about this, and also he goes on to speak about this further in another response video where he clears things up even more. And all in all, everything the Click has used to defend himself here completely contradicts Blair's words, and it's very obvious that Blair was just being incredibly disingenuous, and from this moment on, I think a lot of people had gone from angry to just outright disgusted with what Blair was doing in this entire situation, of where she was clearly desperately trying to slander everybody that was around her, and that obviously sets a horrible precedent considering we've still got around 25 minutes of video to go through. Now, after this, Blair just continues to try and make the click look as bad as she possibly can, and to be honest with you, I don't really feel the need to go through most of the points that she continues to make here, because realistically, most of them are insignificant and most of them are going to be debunked by the click later on. So with that, we'll move on to the next individual that she starts to address in this whole situation, and that is Wonderstruck.
Let's start with Wonder's accusation of wage theft. That's a big one, and it's important. I talk often about how paying your people is important. So I know how ironic it must look to have that accusation thrown back at me. To begin, let me explain Wonder's employment history with me. During Sad Milk, all of us were contractors to that channel. We were paid as contractors so we could handle taxes in our respective countries on our own, as not all members were American citizens. As many of you are aware, video editing is largely considered gig work. And in the industry, most folks are contractors and work on a variety of projects for different clients at the same time. During December 2020, like all of the members of Sad Milk, Wonder was considered a contractor. On December 24th, 2020 at 5:39 a.m., I received a message from Wonder letting me know that he took a shot at reworking a video that had already been edited by a different contractor. I want to clarify. I did not ask him to do this. This was something he did of his own accord. I responded to him, letting him know that his edits would go live at 1 p.m. on December 24th, 2020. I don't want to claim to know what goes on in Wonder's personal life, but claiming that he missed Christmas with his brother and father, I just don't know how that's possible when the video was finalized early morning on Christmas Eve. And Wonder, I do want to thank you again, as I previously had verbally done so, for editing that video. It was great to have a video go live the day before Christmas.
Now, in fairness to Blair, once again, if there was no context here whatsoever and we were just taking Blair completely at her word, then yeah, I think she would have a bit of a valid point here. But the problem is, well, I'm not going to take Blair at her word, and at the time and to this day, nobody is going to take Blair at her word. Because yes, there was multiple problems here. One of the problems being that in the original tweet Wonderstruck made about this Christmas claim, he doesn't actually say that Blair directly asked him to make this. It more just seems that he was saying that he was trying his best to help out and do as much as he could to support the workload in the business that he was very much a part of, and he was just frustrated that he didn't get a thank you for his hard work over the Christmas period. And to be fair, I think anybody is really allowed to be annoyed at that type of thing. I think we've all worked for a boss where we've got frustrated with them. I'm sure Jacket has got frustrated with me at times. It's just something that happens in business, and that can be perfectly fine as long as you don't use that to then justify acting horribly to other individuals. But another interesting thing about this tweet from Wonderstruck and this whole situation in general is it clearly shows that Wonderstruck was doing a lot behind the scenes to help with the workload, which actually contradicts something Blair said previously of she was just so stressed out because pretty much nobody wanted to do anything and it was only her just doing everything.
People weren't stepping up to the plate, and I did, and I ultimately bit off more than I could chew.
When we've got direct proof from Wonderstruck here that that absolutely is not the case. So based on all that stress that Blair was complaining about, I can fully understand why Wonderstruck would do this. He was trying to help out somebody who timelessly again and again said how stressed out they were. He just wanted to help out his friend and business partner, and that makes a lot of sense, but given the fact that he did a large amount of work and missed a big part of his Christmas holidays and didn't get a thank you, I think he has the full right to be frustrated. But also, I just want to jump ahead in the timeline again and show the fact that Wonderstruck actually came out with his own video and responded to this point with additional context. And yeah, to be honest with you, I'm just going to throw out my rule of keeping this chronological because it's just not happening. So yeah, here is Wonderstruck disproving and going against what Blair had to say.
As for missing Christmas, you raise a very good point, and without context, I can understand where your confusion would arise, so hopefully I can clear this up for you. I'd like to paint a picture here if you allow me to do so. December is one of the most important months as a creator. For those of you who don't know, there are better or worse months to post to YouTube due to when advertisers are most willing to pay. And most advertisers are wanting to put their highest performing ads on videos during the holiday months such as Christmas. This equals a higher CPM, which for those of you who are in the creator space, it will all just kind of water down to this. Higher paying ads plus more videos equals more push equals more money in your pocket. It's a lot of boring stuff. Puts food on the table, pays your bills. That's all you need to know. At this time, I was a full creator. I didn't make crazy amounts of money, but I made enough to live on my own terms. During December, I was churning out content for my own channel. I needed it as a small growing channel and as someone who needed to pay his bills. However, our editors were short in the month of December, so what Blair fails to mention in her video, I will clarify. December 21st, I had just completed a sad milk video that took me 16 hours give or take to make. I had pulled an all-nighter to do so, as we had discussed trying to have a stronger pull for the holiday months. A few days prior, I had just pulled yet another all-nighter to get a video out for the 19th on my own personal channel. We had an editor who had been tasked to complete a sad milk vlog that was intended to go up December 24th. Blair had hired this editor. She never once, as far as my knowledge, checked in on this editor to see his progress with said video. Where I grew worried is that as far as I knew, I had never seen this editor do any work for sad milk, and we were really coming up on the deadline of the 24th. On December 23rd, after starting another project and working through the entire day, putting a dent into my own personal edit, I got into bed only to find that Oz had received the video from the editor. I took a look at the video, asked an unbiased source their opinion, and we all agreed that the video had major issues for a supposed finished product. These issues included scuffed audio, poor audio leveling, unnecessary edits that made relatively no relation to the edit itself, followed by long periods of dead air for an increased watch time push. I do not mean this as an insult. It resembled a home movie gone bad rather than a fleshed out project for a channel that had almost 200,000 subscribers. I knew this was a severe problem for two reasons. First, the deadline for the upload was the following morning. Second, this video was expensive and intended since November to be a Christmas Eve video. The video in reference was a sad milk gingerbread house building competition where we all flew out to Colorado. Blair purchased a large amount of items for said video, such as microphones, gingerbread houses, and Santa hats, all that material you need to make a gingerbread house. I'd like to add that Blair intended to use these expenses as a tax write-off, so it wasn't a total loss. We were all contracted for an entertainment company. In order for this to be a tax write-off, we would need to produce a video to prove as such. So now we have to think of the perception of sad milk, a project that represented all of our names. This puts us in a position with very limited options. We either let down the audience and post a very scuffed video that would exhibit a lack of care for the content we were making, which was not ideal given we had just lost half our members. We delay the video, which ties in with the first issue as our Christmas Eve video, which would either get out the 26th or the 27th at the earliest due to our available editors. Or we scrap the video, which leaves Blair out of money regardless, but now we have also wasted an entire trip visiting another state, and there are a bunch of expenses that can't qualify as a tax write-off. So I got out of bed after working all day, and I took my best shot at reworking a video in a style I was not familiar with. I was up roughly until 5 a.m. working on that video, and I waited to make sure it was good to upload and that we had the okay. I did this to avoid those negative outcomes I just listed. My sleep schedule was beyond screwed, so by the time I went to bed later that night, I slept due to pure exhaustion until well into the early afternoon of Christmas Day. To add to this, my family does not see each other very often, so for us to be in one room is a very rare thing. I had not seen my brother in almost a year, and I know Christmas is important to my father. Since we can't all spend an entire day together as we all have our own various lives, we plan to spend the morning of Christmas together. Obviously, it did not pan out that way. I'd like to add that no, Blair did not directly ask me to make this rework. However, Blair had made it clear in the last few months, especially when Click and OT left, that she felt she had no help with the channel, that she felt the responsibility fell onto her. This was me helping her.
So yes, ladies and gentlemen, I understand that was a very long clip, but it's clear what was going on here. Wonderstruck fully acknowledged that Blair had a large workload and he wanted to take some of that off her, whilst making sure that the deadline also was reached. And as he said, he was never made to make this, but the whole thing is surrounding the fact that he was not thanked for his hard work. But the weird thing is here is I don't really think that any of this part is that significant. Okay, she didn't say thank you. Yeah, it's a bit of a dick thing to do, but at the end of the day, in the grand scheme of things with everything Illuminaughti has done, it's not really the worst thing, but still, she couldn't just say sorry. She had to be disingenuous, she had to fight against everything, and she couldn't just admit that maybe, just maybe, she should have said thank you. Instead, she tried to make Wonderstruck look like some disingenuous supervillain, and in the process actually disproved her points surrounding that nobody was helping her out on the team, when clearly Wonderstruck was absolutely helping out with the workload. But now, moving on from that, we get into Blair's points surrounding the issue of payments.
As for his claim that he didn't get paid for his work for more than half a month, I would like to let everyone know that Sad Milk's payroll was on a bi-weekly schedule. That simply means that there is a payment every 2 weeks, which is essentially half of a month. This is something that I have continued within my own channel to this day. Both salaried and contracted employees are paid every 2 weeks, and to further add to that, Most companies, at least in the US, pay on a bi-weekly schedule, so this is not anything unusual or uncommon.
So yes, there's obviously a lot of issues going on here, and I do need to apologize again because yes, we are going to jump ahead in the timeline, because this is an issue that requires a large amount of screenshots, and Wonderstruck in the future actually did provide those screenshots, where he pretty much just fundamentally debunks absolutely everything that Blair was saying there. Which again is just this trend continuing of every single point Blair makes, it just seems to magically get debunked with actual evidence and screenshots. Isn't that really interesting? It's almost like Blair's response is a load of bollocks.
I'd like to now focus on my pay. I said I was not paid until half a month after. This, I will admit, was anecdotal mostly. Blair said I was paid on a bi-weekly Sad Milk basis. At this time, Sad Milk was making money, just not a whole lot of it after editorial expenses. So typically I could see a check for $80 to $140 every month. As for editing, I had negotiated $500 per edit as Oz helped me realize my worth as an editor, and as for compensation for me not being a full-time editor. I'd like to add that in part of what I agreed for edits, I would do additional sprite movement, motion, and scene creation. This was painstaking to do, but this was also a quality result I would bring to the table of this channel while also working on my own channel. The editor we hired to the vlog, to my knowledge, was to be paid $200 for their edit. However, since I reworked the video last minute, I was to be compensated with $100, which I believe was fair pay. So I'd like for us to view the following bank statements, two in particular, one on January 29th, 2021 for $125 and another on February 29th, 2021 for $600. Now, I tried to dig deeper, but this just says a transaction from a bank occurred. I'd like to state that at first, I believed I was receiving Sad Milk payments via PayPal, so I tried to find an old email. Since I was making a fair amount of money, I would usually just let money stack into my PayPal and I would take it all out at once. And you can see right here that this is what a statement like that would look like in my bank account. At this time, I worked full-time, so my only income was from Google AdSense, Twitch, and Sad Milk. While it has been a long time, if I remember correctly, these payments would numerically and chronologically line up with Sad Milk and editor payments. It is the only possible source of this income that makes sense. Which then shows me, for the month of January, I actually only received one Sad Milk payment if that's the case. And it also distinctly shows that I was in fact paid separately as both Sad Milk talent and an editorial talent. I'd like to note that these payments are over the course of 1 to 2 months, not a month and a half. At the beginning of January, you can see I was paid $100 from this income source. That would make sense given half of the $200 video would, yes, be $100. However, if you look at the month of December, I did not receive one payment from Sad Milk. So I would assume unless Sad Milk just did very poorly that month and we made absolutely zero income, as I did not manage these channels' finances, this payment would be the Sad Milk payment for December. And if it was for fixing the video, why was I clearly paid the $600 here followed by the prior regular Sad Milk bank statement, $500 being for the original video I did and $100 being for the video I corrected? I had someone else take a look at the calendar, and if these payments were bi-weekly and I had a pay period beginning on the 1st, my pay period should have seen payments starting from the 1st, followed by the 15th, the 29th, which is correct, but we were missing a pay period, the 12th, then the 26th, but I was paid on the 19th. You can argue that Sad Milk was performing bad financially, which resulted in delayed or no payments by this time, as we had not uploaded since December and views did in fact dwindle. But that begs the question, if the payment of $600 is an editor payment, which I'd argue is because Sad Milk itself and its contractors never saw an amount that large in its history, why am I being paid for it not half a month late, but almost 2 months late? My only other theory is that these payments were in a source such as PayPal where I could allow the funds to store up then deposit. However, it would still be delayed and show I was paid separately as an editor and contracted talent for Sad Milk.
So yes, it is very clear based on all of the evidence that was provided in that clip that late payments were made. But the problem is, again, is this really isn't that big of a deal. I understand it can be frustrating, but at the end of the day, yes, bank issues can happen. This has happened before in this whole thing of where they click apologized because he couldn't send out a payment. But a difference is there. The click actually said sorry. Blair instead made up a load of disingenuous arguments to try and paint out Wonderstruck to look like a villain. And I think it is just further displaying everything that was said about her during the whole threads, that she really, in every single scenario, is not willing to take an ounce of responsibility. And it just felt with the viewers watching this and with me watching this at the time that every single section we get through in this video, and as we go further into it, it was just becoming lie after lie after lie. and you just start to wonder, how did you think you were going to get away with this? This whole issue with Wonderstruck probably couldn't have been resolved with a sorry, but it absolutely could have started there. But instead, Blair just went to war using the most disingenuous arguments possible. And that only continues when Blair started to speak about the living situation.
Wonder and I were still friends throughout the end of Sad Milk in 2020 as well as into 2021. During this time, he would often tell both Oz Media and myself how living in Austin, Texas was a nightmare for him. He would often complain about his roommates being terrible people, his friends being mostly terrible people and unmotivated to do well in life, and how his car was always breaking down and how his channel was not going in the direction he wanted. And then he talked about that last bit of family that he had moving away and he was essentially alone. I won't speak on behalf of Oz, but I know I was moved by Wonder's stories. Without going into personal details, I was pretty horrified by what he had explained happened in his past. I was saddened by how he constantly talked about how bad his life was and how he felt like a failure. He said he felt alone, depressed, and uncertain of the future. And at that point, I knew I wanted to help him in whatever way I could. At the end of 2020, I paid for his tickets to visit Oz and me in Colorado. During this trip, we discussed the possibility of Wonder moving out to Colorado due to his discontent with his life in Texas. Oz Media and I had just moved into his newly purchased home in April 2021, and he decided to welcome Wonder into his house. Unless Oz Media was doing so without my understanding, Wonder was not charged any rent, utilities, or internet for sharing our living space.
Now, we have an issue here. In fact, we have two issues here. Issue number one being that once again Blair is saying something that is incredibly disingenuous and removes a lot of context. And issue number two being that once again I am going to have to jump ahead in this chronological timeline in order to prove that Blair is removing a large amount of context. Because Wonderstruck in his future video explains why he did not make any rental payments, and he was perplexed that Blair did not mention the reasons. Because yes, they had a pre-agreement to do with everything with their living situation. No one had a problem with him living there rent-free for a short period of time, and if anything, the uncomfortable party there was Wonderstruck.
We had actually discussed a payment plan for rent. What Blair leaves out, and what I find very perplexing as to why she left out in her video, is that the reason I didn't pay rent was because I was going to become Blair's tenant. Not once does she mention throughout this video that when I first had the discussion of moving to Colorado, it was because Blair wanted to get her hands into the real estate market and wanted to build a home, something she had discussed with other former Sad Milk members. It wasn't just me. I made a reasonable first tenant. I was someone she knew, and I obviously made income, so kind of put two and two together. You can say this is a good deed on the surface, and it most certainly appears that way. I'll get into how over time Blair would have controlled every aspect of my life, via transportation, income, and housing. I sincerely do not understand why the conception of this home was never presented in the video. It leaves out a massive gap of context. The home I was told would be finished by August, and then I could stay the summer. And the last month before moving to Colorado, after finalizing my lease, I was informed that the home would be pushed back until December. This made me highly uncomfortable, which you can see the dates in these private DMs between Oz and a friend of mine who will remain anonymous. I have always been a very independent person. I have never had someone else pay my rent once in my life, and I have been living on my own since I was 18. To try to paint me as a freeloader when you also leave out that I was originally only supposed to stay until August, you were supposed to be my landlord, and that I only stayed 30 days in Colorado feels like a contorted attack on who I am as a person. While I was in their home, if I didn't know how to help, I would oftentimes clean their home. I wanted to help Blair with her recording space as she felt stressed in her little office. I wanted to buy us plants to liven the place up. I tried at every possible turn to earn my keep. And when I felt alienated, I tried to actively find an apartment in Colorado Springs to give them both the space, as I felt horrible, seemingly never being able to help in any way at all. It was beyond unfair. I made every effort to not be a burden, as it is quite frankly one of my biggest fears in my entire life.
So yes, shockingly enough, in the story that we were given by Blair about the living situation with Wonderstruck, most of that was just a load of disingenuous information with context completely removed. And this is just a pattern she keeps on repeating, using minimal context to portray all the people that speak out against her as some form of crazed freeloader who did nothing but leech off her and her business for years. And there is a clear reason to why she's doing this. Most people obviously notoriously do not like freeloaders. You see someone freeloading off a friend and you think, that's really annoying, that's really frustrating, I don't like that person. So when you hear, this guy was living with her rent-free, he had the dream job, he had a car, he had everything, and now he's got the gall to come out and slander my favorite YouTuber? Yeah, I don't like this guy. Go Blair. That's what Blair was hoping was going to be the perception, but obviously, at this point of time, she had been proven to be a liar already multiple times, so naturally the audience at this moment of time did not believe it, but it was very clear what she was at least attempting to do here. It was an outright character assassination, and it was quite embarrassing that she was even willing to attempt this. And the thing is with Wonderstruck in particular, this very much seems to be Blair's main argument. She really does want the audience to believe that Wonderstruck is almost just this freeloading bum that does absolutely nothing, when time and time again this gets completely and utterly disproved, but she just continues going with it.
The content for Wonder to edit was dependent on me being able to livestream. During this time, I unfortunately only had 2 streams for him to work on, which Wonder would have been able to produce about 4 videos from. Wonder did not meet the deadlines for either stream. Despite this, I kept him on payroll, I continued his pay, even though no work had ever been completed. Although there was only a minuscule amount of work for Wonder to do, he still managed to act up within company spaces. He made inappropriate comments on forums that were visible to other employees, he didn't complete tasks that were assigned to him, and he failed to follow company protocol. I have a strict policy regarding formal disciplines, and within his short time of working with me, he had already met the criteria for termination.
So with what's being presented here, of course, it doesn't exactly present Wonderstruck in a great light. It once again makes him look like somebody who absolutely was taking advantage of the situation he was in and freeloading off his workplace. And again, this is all completely deliberate because without any context, it could easily lead to somebody saying, wow, why is this person who had it so great trying to expose my favorite YouTuber? And this is all so disgustingly deliberate. IILLUMINAUGHTI knows that she was once a very trusted commentary YouTuber who was known for giving her opinions on real situations and providing real facts. People went to her to get her opinion, to get the facts and information. People believed everything that she would say as fact, and she took advantage of that trust with her audience to try and slander the good people that worked for her and were also friends with her. And the thing is sadly, even if it's just a very, very small amount of people, I'm sure that there are some people out there that do hold negative opinions of the other individuals involved in this situation aside from Blair, just based on what Blair has said about them. I imagine that there are people that have just watched Blair's video, come out of that, made their opinion, and never came back to this situation. It's the sad reality of things, but I'm sure it has happened because the average person doesn't have the time to go and watch every single commentary video out there about every single situation so far and what is happening in the social media space and what's developing and changing every single day. The average person has a job, they have hobbies and friends to see, they don't have time to keep up with everything in the Illuminaughti situation, so I think all of this is deliberate and calculated and just overall a complete and utter smear campaign. And I know that because time after time again, Blair's friends completely and utterly debunk everything that she says about them, and here's another example of that.
I'd assume you'd attribute me as someone with a very poor work ethic, and I honestly would not blame you. However, while Blair is being very anecdotal here, I'd like to provide receipts that prove the following. Proof that I was not kept on payroll and I was fired before my deadline even happened. These were not short clips. The comment that I made on a forum that was grounds for termination, Blair leaving out how long it took her to actually provide content to edit, Blair leaving out that I had asked for work and various other aspects, my deadline extension due to my computer editing software corrupting, not me being lazy, me flying to another state to meet said deadlines with plane tickets provided, and again, proof that I was fired before my deadline even happened. Before we begin, I'd like to state that I was informally fired on a phone call July 27th, and that I received my final severance letter July 30th. But as you can see here in private DMs with an editorial manager, my deadline was extended to August 2nd. I was fired within my deadline. To add context, Blair had not streamed for the entire month of June, and come the further end of mid-July, she had finally streamed. I was given one stream that would result in 2 videos having 20-minute plus durations on both videos. So for context, these were not short clips, rather 20 to 40-minute chunks of content, which is exactly what I signed up for. This in itself was not a problem. problem. However, upon getting far into making the video, my editing software corrupted.
Said in a statement that it was pleased with the ruling, which would allow it to continue to use treatment. So that's from this article.
I was staying with my dad in Texas, which we'll touch base on why in a little bit here, and only had my laptop, which had never had an issue before. I had had this laptop for roughly, I want to say a year at this point. Never once had I run into a software corrupting issue. So I reached out to an editorial manager explaining the situation. They asked that I take PTO, but instead I held off because Oz Media said he could get my PC fixed. I was running out of time, but my deadline initially was July 26th. So last second, I flew to Colorado to get my computer just so I could turn around and fly back. It was at this time I had noticed I was locked out of the editor files, which I found odd given that I was still within my deadline, but I didn't exactly know what was happening. I just had figured it was an error at the time. I'd like to make note that the other editorial manager explained to me that my deadline at this time had actually been extended to August 2nd. Editorial manager reached out to me on the 26th saying we needed to talk. For one reason or another, this conversation got pushed to July 27th. I believe this was just due to a simple scheduling conflict. I believe by the time I was able to take a call, that like when I had seen the message, they were busy for the rest of the day. So it just got pushed over to July 27th. It wasn't like I was like ducking the calls like, oh my goodness. It was here on this call that I was fired for explicitly not meeting deadlines, which I find highly confusing due to once more I must reiterate that my deadline was August 2nd. Not to be redundant, but I'd like to remind you that I flew to another state just to meet this deadline for my boss who was constantly subtweeting about me. You can see is acknowledged even by one of her own managers, and they told me specifically that this was not okay behavior.
Okay. We need to take a pause there for a second. I think it's very obvious that this person, Wonderstruck, is definitely not a lazy employee. In fact, this is the opposite of a lazy employee. They actually got onto a plane and traveled across states to attempt to finish some work for their boss. I don't think I've ever met an employee that would ever do that. If anything, I would be slightly concerned if any of the people that have done any work for me ever did anything even close to that. If Jacket said, I'm going to get on a plane to finish the video, I'd be like, mate, you're not being paid enough to do that. That would be crazy. And I wouldn't do it for anyone. And I've got a lot of respect for you if you were to do that. But I think what this does just show is how dedicated Wonderstruck was to his job. He definitely was not a freeloader. He definitely wasn't somebody who was taking advantage of the situation that he was in. He was clearly doing everything and more to make sure that he paid his way and made sure that everything was done on time. And it's just clear that Blair had once again been exposed for lying, being disingenuous and manipulating the truth. And I just really don't understand how she thought she would get away with things when there is just so much screenshots and evidence that I'm going to keep on saying that because it just happens time and time again. But it only continues after this when we get into the whole car situation with Blair and Wonderstruck. Because yes, Blair brings up some issues surrounding a certain BMW, which is the same car that Wonderstruck claimed in his original thread that he no longer had due to Blair's actions. And yeah, I'll just allow Blair to tell her side of the story here before I give any arguments or give any of Wonderstruck's arguments.
Let's move on to the legalities that Wonder brought up in regards to how he claims that he ended up with no car, barely any clothing, no money, and no home. Which leads me to one of the stupidest mistakes of my life. After repeatedly hearing Wonder say how desperately he needed a car, and after believing what he said about how miserable he was, I decided to try and help my friend in a way that I now realize was pretty idiotic. I look back at this decision with regret and embarrassment. This part will get a little nitty-gritty with the details, but I believe I need to fully flesh out all of the information to give you the full picture. After many in-depth discussions with Wonder, I made the decision to purchase a vehicle that he had already agreed to enter into a rent-to-own contract with said vehicle. On June 12, 2021, Oz Media and I collectively decided to take out a loan together in the amount of $42,359.69. Additionally, I brought $28,346.79 in cash as a deposit. Wonder did not contribute to the deposit on the car. With this rent-to-own contract, I agreed to only charge Wonder the cost of the loan and not the full value of the car itself, meaning within a 24-month period, he would have only paid $14,120.12 for a car that when purchased went for a grand total of $61,386.23. And let me be clear here. Aside from him accepting my job offer, this was the only legal documentation between the two of us. I will have all of the stipulations of our rent-to-own agreement on the screen now, but just know that the most important thing was that after 2 years of consecutive car payments and following all of the stipulations, the vehicle title would be transferred over to Wonder, with the amount that we put into the car as well as payments on the car that I continued to make monthly. He would own the car outright with no lingering auto debt after that 24-month period. In a DM with me, Wonder later told me that if he hadn't accepted my job offer and my rent-to-own agreement, that he would still have an apartment, a car, and close to $10K in his bank account. I'd like to reiterate that unless Oz was charging rent without my knowledge, Wonder was living rent-free while earning $1,923.08 every other week, and would have to pay only $588.34 once a month. I don't claim to know the ins and outs of his finances whatsoever, and I very much was not involved with what he was doing with his bank accounts, but I fail to see how I could possibly cost him $10,000. In reality, the agreement I made with Wonder would have me lose $47,266.11. And again, looking back at this, I feel extremely foolish for ever even agreeing to such an arrangement. There were 2 outstanding instances that voided our agreement and constituted the repossession of my vehicle. The first was the proof of insurance that Wonder never provided. Insurance that is something federally required of any vehicle on the road in the United States. The second infraction on our agreement occurred when Wonderstruck left the state of Colorado to go back to Austin, Texas. You can clearly see these stipulations in the document on the screen right now. Due to multiple defaults by Wonder in our contract, I felt that I had no choice but to repossess the vehicle, which was my property because I am the one who owned it. When I landed in Austin, Texas, I called the non-emergency Austin PD 311 number to explain the situation to them. I told them that I had all of my title documents on me, I had the extra key, I had my insurance cards for the vehicle, and I asked them how I should proceed. They told me they were unconcerned as I was well within my legal right to collect my own property. They furthermore offered me a police escort for the repossession if I wasn't able to collect the car on my own. So on July 29th, 2021, I was able to get a hold of my vehicle and I took back my property. I would like to take a moment to bring up the condition of the vehicle upon its repossession. Within 1 month of using the vehicle, the car was visibly soiled, trash was littered in the car, it contained dirty clothing which consisted of I think 2 pairs of dirty boxers and maybe 3 mismatched socks. There was also a huge crack that went across most of the windshield, and for some reason the glove box compartment in the front passenger seat was somehow broken. The state of the vehicle was shocking, to be honest, but at this point I was just happy to have my car back and know that it couldn't be damaged any further.
Now look, I understand that there is a lot of long clips that I'm going to be playing throughout this video. This is a very sensitive story and I'm going to need to, provide context, because that's what, people do, Blair. When they make commentary videos or make any videos or just tell any story, they typically provide context. But now, my first issue is here with what Blair is stating, is that she's acting like the image here is the absolute end of the world and is almost implying that the vehicle has just been completely and outright wrecked. Now, I don't know if it's just because I have incredibly low standards or my friends have incredibly low standards, but I have seen some of my friends' cars and they are far, far, far more unbelievably messy than those cars. I think anybody that has a car, has experienced cars, knows that someone's personal vehicle can get very messy very quickly. If anything, to a lot of people, their car is basically like a second bedroom. Some people just hang out in their own car. Some people just eat in their car. Cars can get messy. And I think with what is being shown here, this really isn't evidence of anything. And I think it is kind of hilarious that Blair is trying to suggest that this is some form of malicious thing or mistreatment of the good things that she bought Wonderstruck. But of course there is the issue of the cracked windscreen as well, but I'm going to say here before I provide any context, does anyone actually believe that Wonderstruck was going around with hammers smashing up his car windows? Because I don't understand why he would do that. It would not benefit him in any way. It would just lead to him getting fired and losing everything and probably fined and possibly even arrested. Obviously, he was not going to do that. And I think anybody with any, logical mind can think, oh, maybe he was driving, maybe a stone hit it, maybe a little accident happened. It's driving a car. Damage happens to cars. Stuff like this really isn't a problem in my personal opinion. And again, shockingly enough, Wonderstruck had an argument against this to show that this was just an innocent mistake and is not what Blair was trying to portray it to be.
As for the cracked windshield, that was due to a semi-truck pulling out in front of me on the highway.
Oh, no, in the sort of gesture that we're trying to do.
Councilmember Kevin Wright.
There's a lot of people out there who have probably experienced it. Sometimes semi-trucks will get pebbles stuck in their flaps and they will fly and they will ding the windshield and it's a crack. It sucks, but it happens. There's no way I myself could have pulled off this effect on this car.
So yes, this was obviously a pretty unfortunate thing to happen. And again, I can understand that things can be frustrating, but at the end of the day, this is a completely natural and normal thing that happens. Potholes exist, sadly. Take it up with your local council. Maybe instead of attacking your friends on social media, maybe go and campaign for more funding into roadworks, Blair, because that actually seems to be more what your issue is here. Not the issue with Wonderstruck, but with potholes and stones in the middle of the road. I think that is the main issue here. But obviously, Blair needs to try and paint everything in the most disingenuous way possible, mainly because from what I'm seeing here, is that she didn't really have any valid arguments whatsoever. It almost just comes off as incredibly desperate, and the desperation really only continues after here, where we get into the next section of where randomly Blair starts to discuss Wonderstruck's mental health. Now, I will not discuss this section too much, as I firmly believe what is publicized in this video should have never went public, but Blair received a large amount of criticism. If anything, it's the thing she received the most criticism for, because in this video, she showed a screenshot of Wonderstruck admitting that he at one point wanted to take his own life. And the bizarre thing is there was no real context to why she showed this. There was no reasoning to why she showed this. There was no need to show this. You can say that, oh, he was having a bad time, maybe he had a mental breakdown, something on those lines without any finer details. But for some reason, she released a screenshot of an incredibly personal moment that should absolutely have not been in a video titled Illuminaughti Exposed, which Illuminaughti knew would be viewed by over 1 million people. There's no way it wouldn't have. This situation was getting so much traction and becoming mainstream, but she knew that and obviously did this to embarrass and shame and belittle the people who she clearly had a problem with. But what's even more insane is only very shortly after showing that screenshot, Blair makes this incredibly disingenuous apology to Wonderstruck, stating that she should have never shared therapists with him, as that was a quote-unquote conflict of interest.
And unfortunately, after I recommended Wonder to this therapist, there began a conflict of interest, and I could no longer in good conscience see her for her services. Wonder, I am so incredibly sorry that I unintentionally created a conflict of interest between the two of us in regards to this therapist. I did not mean to make that an issue between us at all.
Now, I can either take this as two things. Blair is either trying to cushion the fact that she knows she has just shown something that she absolutely shouldn't have with a, oh, by the way, I'm really sorry, so people don't get mad at her. Or two, this is Blair's really messed up way of being nice. Like, she's never actually nice to anyone, and I guess she thinks that this is a form of being nice when absolutely is the complete opposite of that and should not have been spoken about in a YouTube video. The whole thing is just really, really confusing. But to be fair, thinking about it a little bit more, I think the conclusion that I'm going to come with to why she did this is because she wanted to get a few sorries here and there in the video to make it look like she was taking a little bit of responsibility for some things. But realistically, most of those things are so insignificant or just have no relation to any of the events. And yes, sharing therapists definitely really has no relation to anything in this story, and it only led to some extremely personal things being leaked. But then moving on to the next section after Blair apologized, she then continues to come after Wonderstruck due to some issues surrounding Wonderstruck's dog. And pretty much what was happening here is that Blair was claiming that Wonderstruck overall was a terrible dog owner.
When Wonder arrived in Colorado, to say he packed lightly would be a bit of an understatement. He arrived with barely any clothing, no food for his dog, Not even a collar for his dog, just a bandana. As Wonder mentions on Twitter, that short amount of time we lived together was absolutely a nightmare. The tension began with our dogs and his unwillingness to help ease the situation between our pets. I did everything I thought of at the time to introduce James and Casper in a way that facilitated a good relationship between the dogs. They met on neutral ground at a dog park and only had supervised play at the house. Wonder did not want to facilitate the dog play, so this really only happened under mine and Oz's supervision. And when both myself and Oz would leave the house and Wonder would stay home, he has multiple times locked Casper away in an empty room while James got free roam over the entire house. I don't want to claim that I'm any sort of dog specialist, but I do know that James was the new dog in this house that Casper had already been living in. And dogs are territorial by nature, that this was Casper's house, and now suddenly he was being locked away. Additionally, James had multiple accidents in the home, and Wonder would not clean them. It was Oz who ended up taking on that responsibility. During Wonder's stay in Colorado, his actions and inactions regarding the care of his dog James were a main cause of tension in the house. Not only did it seem like James was receiving inadequate care due to the lack of identification with a collar, lack of food, lack of toys, and more, but Wonder was unwilling to do his part as a pet owner to keep the peace between the dogs too. Wonder's lack of responsibility led to multiple incidents in addition to what I've previously mentioned. Firstly, James bit Casper, and bit his ear so hard that Casper bled. At this point, I took Casper to live with my sister, as I no longer felt comfortable having Casper alone in the house with Wonder and James.
Now, to be honest with you, I don't really understand why any of this is being brought into this YouTube video. Most of the conversation surrounding Blair has mainly been to do with the issues at Sad Milk, payments, and just in general the issues with the friendships that Blair was holding. Nothing to do with dogs, pets, or any other issues related to animals. To me personally, what this now seems like is Blair has absolutely no arguments to make, so instead she's trying to take any forms of personal drama that she has had in the past and use that as some form of valid point against the people that have criticized her, when the reality is yes, some unfortunate things can happen. Even if we're not going to provide the context, yes, dogs and other dogs can have issues with each other. That is something that can happen, and sometimes dogs can do things that are very frustrating, annoying, and can upset you. But at the end of the day, I don't really think any of this has any weight on any of the other stuff involved in this situation. And to me personally, it does just seem very petty that she's bringing any of this into the conversation. But of course, jumping ahead once again, Wonderstruck also provided context and truth behind everything, which again is probably becoming the most reoccurring pattern throughout all of this video. But yes, this clip is very long once again, but you know, full context is needed.
Blair for some reason brings up an entirely unrelated matter involving my dog James and I. She paints me to be a dismissive, uncaring father to a starving, aggressive, abused dog. This dog right here. This dog who's scared of f***ing leaves. So allow me to shed some light. I adopted James back in 2019 from a small shelter in Central Texas. I remember seeing his cage and the information on it said class clown, so naturally I had to say hello to this guy. Within the first 10 minutes of meeting James, I immediately knew that this guy was gonna be my best friend. He was sweet, he was gentle, he was social, but he's very shy. Another fact about James was he was the dog that the staff would use at the shelter to introduce other dogs to see if they were friendly or not, due to James' naturally calm nature. When I moved to Colorado, I did bring dog food. It was just about half a bag though. James's brand of dog food is also specific to a store in Texas known as HEB, so I had to find him a new specific kind of dog food as he had a sensitive stomach, and switching his dog food would result in messes. But upon arriving to Colorado, Oz and Blair wanted to see if James wanted to try Casper's brand, so we just switched over to that. He loved it, and Casper has been known in the past for making severe messes everywhere due to his very irritable stomach, as he is a special needs dog. As for his collar, James did have a collar, but it was old and starting to wear. I went to PetSmart on my second day in Colorado and bought him a brand new dog tag alongside a red plaid collar, a collar which he still wears to this day. I also did not lock Casper in the room to keep James roaming the home. I would put Casper in a separate room sometimes so James could pee, as Casper would bark constantly at the bedroom door which James and I stayed in. Whenever James was out, Casper would gnaw on his ears, which is something Blair did not mention. James did bite Casper. He made Casper bleed. But what Blair left out is that since Casper was a puppy, he has had a bad habit of gnawing on other dogs' ears. This is due to him being around another dog named Percy who exhibits this kind of behavior. And you can see this dog exists on Casper's own YouTube channel. So one day Casper kept chewing and dragging on James, so naturally he snapped back. James only did this because Casper wouldn't stop attacking him. It wasn't the other way around. As for James getting out and pooping downstairs and me not helping clean it up, there's a lot of reasons for this and a lot of context left out. The night James got out and got lost, I made a mistake and forgot he was out there in the backyard. I was in between helping Oz with something downstairs and going back and forth, but James needed to pee, so I tried the multitask. After like 10 minutes, Oz suggested we go grab dinner real quick, and we left for like 2 hours. I personally messed up, and I take full accountability for it happening. I left James out in the backyard. But what pet owner hasn't made a mistake like this once or twice in their life? Sometimes someone forgets to close the door or the gate or whatever, and it happens. It's a story as old as time. It doesn't mean you don't care about the dog, it just means an accident happened. What Blair again also doesn't mention is that the backyard had a large patio area that Casper would take naps in, and sometimes James when they all chilled out together. The backyard was also fenced in. Blair leaves out that the way James got out was because a fence wire broke loose, undoing some of the fencing along a post, allowing a small entryway into the neighborhood. Had this not come undone, James would be sitting on the dog beds waiting, which again, James being outside is my fault, but the fence failing is just human error. Blair talks about putting James on the Nextdoor app, which despite my reservations against Blair, this was a good act. But again, what she leaves out is she didn't get a call about James. I did. After James had run away, I searched for hours well into the early morning hours looking for him, and when I couldn't find him, Oz gave me a sleeping bag. The very same sleeping bag you can see in this photo in the BMW. I slept outside in 40-degree weather just for the smallest chance that he would catch my scent. Like, I was grasping at straws here, hoping that I could just find my dog on top of everything else happening. And I believe somewhere between 7 to 9 a.m., somewhere in that time frame, I got a call on my phone that James had been found not far from the house. I immediately got up, exhausted as hell, and I went and I picked him up. If Blair got a message on the Nextdoor app, I don't know how when I was the one who went and picked him up. So after bringing him back to the house, I brought him to my bedroom where I passed out. However, to my discovery, James had eaten something as dogs do when they get out, and he was everywhere in my room. So I got up and I started cleaning. I put James outside the room while I cleaned it, and after I did, I brought him back in, and yet again I fell asleep. I was beyond exhausted at this point. What I didn't know was that James had run downstairs when I put him out, and he everywhere downstairs as well. So when Blair claims I just let my dog use the restroom and did nothing to clean it up, I just didn't know he had used the bathroom downstairs. And at this point, I was already dead asleep. No, this wasn't malicious, and it was just a sincere accident, which seems hypocritical of Blair, who owns a special needs dog who suffered worse for way longer.
So after everything that Wonderstruck had to say there, I think we can come to the conclusion that what I was previously saying about this being a personal issue that absolutely should not be dragged into this situation, I think what I'm saying there is, it's very true. I think what I'm saying there is incredibly valid, and from what Wonderstruck is saying here, it's very obvious that he does love and care for his dog. He does look after his dog, and he does take a lot of responsibility with his dog, but even if, he wasn't the best owner in the world, I really don't think that would deflect anything in this situation. I'm not gonna lie, as much as it is a very cute dog, I don't really care about it in this whole scenario. Yes, I would love to pet it. I'd love to give it a few treats. I love dogs, but I don't understand why a dog's drama is being brought into this very serious situation when it has absolutely no relation to any of these issues. But even then, when Blair is doing that, trying to score a point with something that has no relation to any of this, she still embarrassingly fails. She still presents it in the most disingenuous manner possible and still gets debunked and disproved at every single angle. It's getting rather hilarious. I was going to say it's disgusting, but just the more you look into this case, the more you look into the story of Illuminaughti, you kind of do wonder to yourself of how did this person even build up a career of 1.7 million subscribers where her whole content was based around telling the truth? It really feels at this point that Blair is allergic to telling the truth. But finally after that, Blair moves on from Wonderstruck and starts to speak about her ex-partner, Oz Media. And of course, just like all YouTube apologies, well, you can't really call this an apology, just like some YouTubers do, she got out the tears.
This final section and this final person will be the hardest for me to address, so I plan on keeping this brief. Oz, you were right. I am afraid of looking stupid and weak online, and yet I am those things right now. You've been with me through a lot of really intense and personal situations in my life. You were there throughout the entire process of my mom's cancer diagnosis, her various treatments, and hospitalizations. And I know there were many times when I had to run out the door suddenly because there was a crash cart in her room and they didn't know if she was going to make it. And you said you'd stay at the house and watch Casper so I could go to my mom. You were there for Casper's various hospitalizations when he would get sick throughout the years, and you helped me through a very difficult surgery recovery. I just want to say thank you for always being my support through all of my ups and downs. I know that a lot of these personal situations in my life left me very thin and sometimes irritable, and I want to say thank you for supporting me through it and talking me through some really hard times. Your support and your friendship meant more to me than I think you'll probably ever know. I'm gonna miss all the fun things we used to do, eating way too much cheese at the melting pot. I'll miss you teaching me how to play Command & Conquer and playing it, and how you've always obviously been Casper's BFF, and you know how Casper is not afraid of Oswaldo. We're both gonna miss you a lot. The truth is, like we've privately discussed before, I always hoped that we'd be able to reconnect again in the future and mend our friendship. I meant that when I said it to you, and I believed you when you said it back. Even after everything that's happened, you were the one person that I always thought we could just get it and pick back up where we left. And unfortunately, I think that ship has sailed. Oz, I miss the friend you were to me, but I think this makes it clear that we finally need to cut all ties.
Now, Blair, I'm not gonna lie, I have no care in the world for you crying. And honestly, it's probably one of the most pathetic attempts at manipulation that I've actually seen ever. But also, I have another major issue here other than, the obvious manipulation tactic here. She actually doesn't address any issues here. It's just a plain screen of where she cries, and there's no debunking, there's no, actually coming after Oz for what he said in his thread. It's just her crying and saying, you know what, we're not going to be friends anymore. Like, she doesn't address anything, she doesn't admit to anything, she just kind of ignores all of the points that Oz made and just starts to cry and ends the video. Like, I'm not joking, she literally then just gets into her conclusion after crying about Oz Media for around 3 minutes, and it is definitely one of the weirdest endings to this story, and as you're going to discover later on during this video, weird endings become a bit of a trend in this story. But yes, that does bring us to the ending of this video, and overall the community sentiment surrounding everything in this video was just, wow, this is probably the most terrible response video I think I have ever seen in my entire life, and if anything, it just made everything 50 times worse for Blair. As you can see here, it was just overall going down terribly in the online space, and some were just mainly confused at why Blair was behaving in a way of which she would typically criticize in her own YouTube videos. And yeah, I can't lie to you, when this was happening in 2023, I was just more sat there thinking, you are like one of the most well-respected content creators in the commentary space, and within about 3 weeks you have completely self-destructed. This is one of the most hilarious things I think I've ever seen, and obviously there's a lot of bad things going on here, but you can't help but laugh when you see complete and utter capitulation. And I think I pronounced that correctly. But immediately after this video was dropped, the Click made a response stating that it was only 25 minutes into the video, and it is not an accurate retelling of the events, and that he will be working on his own videos. He also makes clarifications that in terms of why he didn't pay editors, that his card was declined, and also there were a large amount of issues that were resolved. And he also acknowledged that she did a large amount on the channel in terms of work, and that the rest of the crew even encouraged her to raise her share of the income. Which is hilarious considering for about an hour straight, Blair tried to paint people in her video to be money-grubbing losers that do absolutely nothing other than sponge off her business. The Click also went on to speak about the issue of predators in his Discord and why the only reason he didn't respond was the fact that he was asleep at 3 AM, and he also mentions the usage of slurs, stating that this was a one-time thing that Blair was there for and laughed about, and at the time that was that, so Blair stating that she would have cut him off if she knew about this is a a lie. And yeah, even though it seemed that it was impossible, things were just continuously collapsing even more. It was like a nuclear bomb had gone off, but the explosion just kept on going. But then after the click's response, more responses came out, where Wonderstruck's boyfriend made a thread defending Wonderstruck's treatment of the dog, and basically stated that what was being presented by Blair is absolutely not the truth, and Wonderstruck is a great dog owner, but the responses also don't end there. Because Wonderstruck made his first response, which came in a twit longer, where he word for word addresses a large amount of issues that he had with what Blair was stating in the video. Now, of course, you've seen that Wonderstruck would eventually go on to make a video, but that twit longer pretty much was like a shorter, condensed text version of that video, so I don't really feel a need to read it. Because yeah, at this point, we've already seen Wonderstruck pretty much debunk all of the major points, but we will also touch on that response in the future. Basically, overall, the career of Illuminaughti at this point of time was just completely and utterly in the mud. There was no coming back from any of this. This had now been brought into the mainstream by publicizing this on her YouTube channel, and the video was garnering hundreds of thousands of views, and currently in the day of 2025 sits at over 1 million views. Pretty much, this was complete and utter self-destruction. And all of this led to May the 2nd, 2023, when the Click posted his response to Illuminaughti. And yes, it's a lot. So yes, with Illuminaughti's response finally being out there in the world, a lot of people had a lot of things to say, and in particular, the content creators that Illuminaughti spoke about in her video, and yes, that starts us off with the Click. Now, the Click starts off this video by pretty much immediately talking about the Discord situation that Blair brought up in her video, mentioning things that we've already gone through, such as time zones and how he did try to resolve the issue. And yeah, based on what the Click says, it really doesn't feel that he actually did anything wrong in this situation.
The situation brought up mentions a PO joining my Discord. It is said that neither I nor my team took action against this predatory person and actively chose to do nothing to resolve the situation, basically just letting them run amok. Click did not address it or wasn't fast enough, etc. Here are the DMs of said creep, full username, etc. that she has already showed in her video. Now, the first detail that was conveniently left out of the accusations is that I was asleep. In my time zone, this occurred around 2 AM, and within the span of me sleeping, this random creep in question had already gotten banned. I took the liberty to dig through the old ban logs on my server, and here it is. He was banned at 2:14 AM, my time zone. She brought one topic into a chat room, as she shown in her video and her accusations. However, her statement in these DMs about Click knowing is very odd, as I would have been very unconscious when the ban was happening. She might be referring to me knowing by the time I woke up, but the fact remains I wasn't there, nor did I endorse this random creep.
Now, I personally think what he's saying here is completely and utterly plausible, but putting that aside a second here, the whole thing really confuses me, because does anyone really believe that the Click would, in his public Discord, run some horrific operation? A Discord with 40,000+ people in it? To me, it just makes absolutely no sense. These sort of things would happen in a private Discord where a bunch of criminals would get together. It doesn't really make any sense for the Click to enable this type of behavior in a giant Discord where this would be immediately notified to the public. Now, obviously, yeah, there are a lot of creeps on YouTube that I cover, and I understand that a lot of these situations actually do come from Discord, but none of this would make any sense. None of it adds up, and quite clearly, the Click is innocent here. I think the reality of what actually happened here is that there was a really dodgy person in the Click's Discord server, which sadly is a common thing that happens in very large Discords. People who do terrible things know that they can go into these large Discords and probably find somebody to prey on. It is a problem, but it is not a the Click problem. It's just a thing that the community needs to fight against, and the community regularly does do this, so I don't think the Click really has any involvement or any fault here, and it does just kind of seem that Illuminaughti is trying to slander his name and make him out to sound like this terrible, creepy, predator-enabling freak, when the reality is this is just an innocent man who quickly dealt with a horrible situation. And it's crazy because this all comes from the fact that Blair can't take any responsibility and just admit that she's wrong. Rather than admit she was wrong, she will do this.
Hey, I don't mean to bother you, but can we talk soon when you're free? I'm in a bit of a conundrum and I don't know what to do. Yeah, what's going down? Can I call? GF is getting ready for work. How sensitive is the topic? Very. It involves the P word. What is going on? In Click server and Click knowing. 19-year-old and 12-year-old combo public server, blah blah blah, did nothing, and this was on the heels of Click's admin sending naughty stuff. And one topic says, hang on, I'll walk over to my mic. Okay, ready? Thank you, always. But, as stated, a ban was already issued before I even woke up, about 14 hours before Blair brought this up with OT, if her timestamps are correct. So this was actually not a ban I was even personally involved with. It's also important to note that this is, sadly, the norm. Our server alone has 44,000 members and almost 3,000 bans. It is a well-known fact that Discord has real problems when it comes to exploitative individuals and communities using their platform. We as creators do our best to clean this up as well as the platform teams. Neither I nor my team condone this sort of exploitative behavior and do our best to address it when it comes to our attention.
And yeah, it seems that the community really had common sense when it came to this situation, because most people did just kind of admit that, yeah, whilst this was a pretty terrible thing that happened, at the end of the day, it was one of those things which was not the Click's fault, and sadly there was a terrible person out there, but it was dealt with. And to me, it was particularly obvious that the Click did everything that he could in this situation. And the thing is Blair actually agrees with that. Because later in the video, the Click shows some of his DMs of Blair at the time, and she at the bottom of these messages tells him that she is proud of him in reference to him dealing with the situation. Yet only a few years later, Illuminaughti is taking that same situation she's incredibly proud of him for, and trying to spin it as this thing of him cultivating an audience of predators and enabling horrific crimes in his public Discord server. To me, this is definitely one of the most disgusting and disingenuous things that Illuminaughti has done. There really is no backing or evidence to suggest what she even suggested was true, and if anything, there is an absolute plethora of evidence to suggest the absolute opposite, and the Click did everything that he could to shut down all of this terrible stuff. Again, I'll repeat what I said earlier and multiple other times of, I just don't understand why Illuminaughti thought she could get away with any of this. There are so many receipts, so much evidence to suggest the opposite of what she has said to us in her original video that it just kind of perplexes me that she even attempted to say these things. And if anything, it really only goes back to some of the things the Click was saying in his original thread about Illuminaughti spreading rumors about him. She's doing it again, but just on a massive public scale this time, and it only proves that everything that was originally said about her was 100%, in my opinion, true. But of course, there was also the other argument that Blair mentioned of where there was a mod in his Discord server that was supposedly sharing adult material in the Discord, and of course, the Click addresses this.
As for the staff member sharing inappropriate artwork in Discord, this happened about 5 weeks prior, so I'm not sure why it's being tied into all this, but I can say from experience with running Discord servers that it happens every few months that a staff member misbehaves and is removed from the team. Oftentimes, it leads to a couple of staff members getting removed, as troublemakers tend to enhance each other. This specific individual was removed from the team by me. The individual had been slowly spiraling, starting off with passive-aggressive behavior towards other staff and minor misdemeanors. When they failed to improve their behavior after a feedback session, and also got worse when they started sharing not safe for work artwork in staff chats, they were removed. I think it's an important specification that it was lewd artwork and not real-life nudes. I actually talked to Illuminaughti one-on-one about this very thing. As you can see from this chat, this was already resolved a while back by that time. In the same conversation, we also talk about the out-of-context other screenshots she shared in her own video. It's odd, if she wanted to paint a full picture of these events, she didn't include my own words on the matter, but just insinuations. Words she had access to this whole time. We did set up a rule set after the event occurred that the mod chat should live up to the same standards as the rest of the server rules, to avoid people getting carried away with their friends in mods chats. Furthermore, the individuals who partook were directly talked to and accepted that what they had shared wasn't server appropriate. I do also believe we demodded one of the instigators, who was a bit of a troublemaker, but it's a long time ago, I don't recall the names. Again, this is a situation I personally addressed once it was brought to my attention. It sadly happens sometimes that people in your community do or say things that you yourself don't endorse or stand for. I think every creator can relate to that fact.
Now yeah, what the Click is saying here is absolutely true. I think any YouTuber that's ever ran or been in a Discord server knows that these types of things are breeding grounds for horrible activity. Most of the time there is actually just normal people in there enjoying themselves and getting involved in a community of people who have common interests, but sadly there always seems to be a case in a lot of servers of where there is one terrible person who eventually gets banned. And that's the key thing here. As long as these terrible people are banned and dealt with, then everything is okay. And as we've seen, that happened in this situation. But then we even get into the mention of slurs, and the whole thing of Blair stating that if she knew that the clique used a slur at some point of time, she would have cut him off immediately. And the clique proves that, well, that absolutely is not the case. And once again, this is just Blair taking a story from years and years ago and using it to make it seem like this big old thing of where the clique is a supervillain.
She claims I was tossing around slurs when gaming with friends. The only evidence she has in a group chat where she's talking to Aziwazi, Uwu, among a few others. So it isn't an actual receipt of anything I did or said. It's not even a conversation I'm in, but just a few anonymous names venting in a group chat. However, to try to make sense of this, I actually asked Oz about this screenshot directly, and he had this to say. Yeah, I'm not really sure what the r-slur thing was about. I not only don't have any memories of it, but would only have to assume based on my past actions that I either A. over-embellished to further feel accepted of the tone of one instance, never of course realizing the damage it would cause. I'm sorry about this if that is the case. B. Blair and I had discussions in relation to this and had created a behind-the-scenes narrative of what to say. This was also very common when we lived under the same roof. C. There was also watching how Blair would twist and omit truths to people. While I don't have any direct proof of this, I will say that watching Blair just say the right amount of truth to people to get their praise and adoration may have swayed me to do the same. Edit, there's also a chance that you said this like way back in 2019. I think the language I used in the group chat was more to put distance between us, not great on my part. It would have to be one of those, or a mix, honestly, because I don't remember you saying it. Not saying it didn't happen, of course, but I don't have any memories of it. I'm sorry for the pain that comment cost, man. Apologies will never, of course, repair the actions that I have made, and when all this went down. I'm sure there is more things I've done or said that I honestly for the life of me can't remember. As for Blair claiming to use abhorrent language such as the N-word, the only evidence she ever gave us was, by her word, claiming that when the two of you were playing Dark Souls 3, you referred to enemies or shadows or ash as N-lets, or something along the lines of that in December of 2019. This was not brought up until after Sad Milk split. And to be clear, I don't hold a grudge about this against Oz in the least. I can't say for sure, but to me it looks like Oz was just being pushed to prove his loyalty in a way. I wish you all the best, man, and I hope you get to rebuild your channel or whatever you want to do with your life. Before we move on, I'm just gonna point out some funny hypocrisy. She said she would never be friends with someone that used that language, yet she regularly played games with me as a friend during this time, where I allegedly kept on saying these things. Which one is it? I don't think you can have both. And to add an extra layer of transparency on my own behalf, I didn't actually know the R-word could be considered derogatory up until maybe 2020, so it's possible I said it before that point, but I don't recall specifics. When people came to me around this time and told me they had had the word used against them simply for being neurodivergent, I was surprised, as that had not been the case around me when I grew up. But I personally stopped using it in my content or for posts I read out, and also did my best to remove jokes containing the word in older content.
Now, this claim of Blair's is baseless at best, and honestly, it does just feel a little bit cheap that it's being even brought into this argument. But things then get particularly interesting when you find out that Blair was going around paying individuals to try and find proof that the clique said slurs. Yeah, this is a definitely really sane individual that we're dealing with. Like, honestly, this is a first. I don't think I've ever seen another content creator out there pay for someone to find evidence of their friend saying slurs. But also, if you need to pay someone else to find the evidence, then it clearly wasn't this big recurring thing that you made it out to be, so clearly you are lying in this situation. And honestly, the further you get into this, Illuminaughti just seems to be more and more insane, and this is what the clique had to say about it.
Here's a former staff member of hers getting paid to sift through raw audio recordings of me looking for dirt. More specifically, the R-word. I needed to work with this person to help me find clicks saying the R-slur in Sad Milk's raw audio. I can do that, just let me grab a shower and I'll be down. She claims he said it in a Sad Milk video, but can't remember which one, and she's over her head. I'll pay you $200 to find it, and here's the payment. I mean, it's just an example. I'm sure there's more, which I don't have a problem with the word R, but she does for some reason, even though she uses it in private.
Oh yeah, this is all really insane. The fact that she actually paid someone $200 to try and find a video of him saying something years ago, to me, honestly, aside from how mental that is just a clear indication that she obviously does not care about the usage of these words. She is just desperately trying to find evidence of him using those words so she can have a weapon. Another weapon in the future to use against the clique in case he ever potentially speaks out against against her, or if he's ever in drama, and she can then come in with a nuke. That's all she really cares about here. She doesn't care about, any morality surrounding this. It's all tactical. It's all incredibly messed up. And I think it's even more manipulative when you consider that Blair was friends with these individuals at one point and even was co-workers with them. And sure, fallouts happen, but I feel like there's some level of respect that happens after you fall out with someone. I don't think paying someone to find proof of them saying certain things to expose them possibly in the future is a normal, regular thing to do in a falling out. If anything, it just makes you look like a complete and utter freak. And yes, this was another thing that the community just got together and absolutely lambasted Blair for just how hilarious this was for the worst possible reasons. Again, people just wondering, why the hell did you think you were going to get away with this? And I think a lot of this does come down to Blair's ego that I was mentioning at the beginning of this video. She was so on the up. The world was, it was rotating around her. She was literally the center of everyone's world in her eyes because she was doing so well. She had successful businesses and was making a lot of money. So surely no one would ever turn against her or work against her in the future. But then after this, the clip goes on to address things that he originally stated about Blair in terms of vague tweets being made by Blair about him after the ending of Sad Milk. And these tweets were clearly made based on what the click is showing us in this next clip to create a smear campaign against him. And once again, it's just more insanity.
Number 4. The Illuminati smear campaigns. Content warning, vulgar language, mentions of predatory behavior. These following screenshots are reflective of behavior I think we have all seen, that the community can and has attested to. Vague tweets happened, whether you were a former friend or a current one, so it was clear to anyone who had experienced this before. But it's the specific timing I would like to bring attention to. Here is Sad Milk posting on the 1st of November, 3:28 a.m. that Salty Click and OT will not be continuing the new journey with Sad Milk and we're leaving the channel. And here's a tweet from Illuminati saying, casual reminder, pedophilia is never a gray area. It is wrong. If someone you know won't take action, then they are complicit to the problem, and so on and so forth, and here are some of the threads. In isolation, there is nothing wrong with this statement. It's one that I obviously support. However, the timing certainly struck us and the community as odd. Immediately after announcing our departure from Sad Milk, within 3 hours, this statement was made by Illuminati and retweeted by Sad Milk. This, as anyone would know, started many rumors. Worth mentioning, she also pushed Wonder to release a hit piece video on myself and OT back in 2021. When Wonder left, she retracted her support by removing her comment under the video. Wonder has since then retracted the video and apologizes for the false insinuation it contained, and I hold no grudge against him. I wish him the best in telling his own story and living his best life. He's a sweet guy who got caught up with the wrong people. She deleted the Sad Milk community tab after my Twitter thread, where I referenced her manipulation of comment sections and vague posting in order to spread rumors or manipulate the public image of us on the collab channel. So here's the deleted community tab, and the older screenshots I have from the community tab look like this. Better without click, and you can see there are multiple comments that ratio this. I mean, obviously the channel had a lot of my audience as crossover. And a couple hours later, oh my god, all the ratioing comments are just magically gone, so it looks like more people are hating on me than they actually are. Oh my god, how could that have happened? Oh, I guess we'll never know. I am worried I sense big drama, especially on Twitter. I didn't see the N-word in old videos, just saying. Oh damn. It's a little bit of sass, isn't it? And to clarify, back when I was a teen, I said some stupid things I'm not particularly proud of. Things I no longer support. The statement she vaguely refers to was me quoting and referencing a movie clip I liked 12 years ago.
Now, based on all of the evidence that the click is providing in that clip, it very much does seem that at that point of time, Illuminaughti was definitely trying to manipulate everybody in Sad Milk against him, but not just Sad Milk, but also the Sad Milk community. It really did feel that she wanted everyone to dislike the click and to be on her side. It almost feels like YouTube Game of Thrones at this point, of where she's like Littlefinger going behind the scenes and trying to manipulate everybody into falling into her narrative. To me, this was very clearly a deliberate smear campaign being created, where she was on purposely making vague tweets and using Sad Milk's Twitter account to cause speculation and rumors. Because let's be real here for a second, people. If somebody was removed from a group channel, in particular a group channel that's whole content is surrounding comedic stuff in terms of Reddit videos and reacting to things and just having a good time and never covering anything serious, if that person was removed and then only a few hours later that comedic group channel's Twitter account started retweeting things about why predators are bad, of course people are going to make insinuations. Sad Milk wasn't there to lecture the world on predators and how terrible they are and going into like big deep dives into how awful they could be. Sad Milk was a comedic YouTube channel where people were coming to for a good time, so the fact they were randomly now retweeting posts about predators being bad only a few hours after the click was removed, obviously, this has all been a deliberate act to create a rumour and smear campaign to make the man look far worse than anyone originally thought. Well, if anything, to just make him look like a criminal. That's what this is doing. Nobody had a bad opinion on the click at this point of time, and Illuminaughti could not stand that, so she went to the lowest possible low and started to create this smear campaign. And if you don't believe me, well, it only starts to get worse from there, because it turns out that Blair was running fake accounts where she would go around spreading rumors about him.
Here is Illuminaughti having a conversation with the same admin, sharing the same kind of, dirt-digging old videos that we've seen previously in this video. And she says, 16 seconds, the alt account is gonna love this. In the next screenshot, you can see her writing out a draft. I saw in the Sad Milk announcement of all the milkmen. Now I'm seeing the comments. We all agree it's obviously not on good terms. Blair tweeting about being stabbed in the back, etc., etc. This draft matches with one of the posts made by an alt account called Doobie Schmertz on Reddit. And this is the entirety of the post. This is the truth about Sad Milk. It really looks like creative differences is dumb AF. Blair tweeting about being stabbed in the back, one topic, leaving his supporter server, and then so on and so forth. And I was a big fan of the click. I thought his streams were great, blah, blah, blah. But then I think Blair saw some of his streams. He did a stream where he watched some of his old videos. So this is actually Blair on an alt account making the claims that Blair must have seen some of his old videos randomly. She totally wasn't paying people to dig up dirt. This is her on an alt account spreading misinformation and trying to enhance her own image.
Now, when I found out that Illuminaughti was paying people $200 to go and find the click saying slurs, I did think that that was absolutely balmy. But now I've heard this, I think this might actually top this for being the most insane thing a content creator has ever done. Because yeah, I think this really does demonstrate the pure insanity that Blair had gotten to. Her ego had gotten out of control and had brought her to a level of where she thought, I guess she could get away with doing stuff like this, where she was even bragging about spreading these types of rumors behind the scenes. And it was hilarious to everybody in the community and to me after seeing these types of things, because in Blair's original video, she was trying to act very shocked and surprised that her ex-friends and employees would speak up against her, not knowing why they would do any of this, despite fully knowing that she was running these accounts behind the scenes.
Here's another little funny post from the same account where she forgot to switch accounts and interacting with the Animal Crossing subreddit, at least according to Oz. Here it keeps going. Hey, listen, Blair, I'm putting this all together. What kind of cover-up is this? Click was saying these bad things, created differences. Click is a liar. And not to claim someone topic is friends with someone while pretending to be wholesome and good. This is all Blair replying to her own announcement under an alt account. And it keeps going. Click said the N-word and replies and claiming I'm not going to reply and I'm horrible. Here is a long post. I'm not gonna... You can pause it if you want to read the whole thing. I don't want to. Here is the same account, Doobie Schmertz on Twitter. This was an account I remember distinctly from 2020, 2021 that was relentlessly harassing myself, my friends, my colleagues, my streaming colleagues, past colleagues, ex-Sad Milk members, community members, you name it. You name it. At the time, I wrote it off as a disgruntled troll with a little bit too much time on their hands and tried my best to ignore it. This was Blair all along.
I mean, ladies and gentlemen, this is absolutely supervillain stuff. This person that for years built up a persona of being a critique of other individuals, behind the scenes was doing some of the worst possible stuff that not just a YouTuber, but anyone could do. Creating a fake account and doing these things, it's just insanity. But what I find hilarious is she didn't even try to bury this after it got exposed. The account is still public to this day. As you can see here, Doobie Schmertz is right there with a bio that states, I know the truth. And it's just a bunch of tweets in 2020. And the hilarious part is the account isn't even subtle. The first people that followed were Ozmedia, The Click, One Topic, Wonder, Illuminaughti, and Sad Milk. This is the level of ego Blair was at in 2020. She didn't even try to hide that this was some obvious slander account. The account didn't really make any tweets about anything else other than The Click. And it's so hilarious to look back on because it is so obviously, at least clearly, someone in the circle of the Sad Milk group channel. I mean, the insanity even got to the point of where she was replying to her own tweets saying, "Is this your friend?" Yeah, I think this is definitely the least insane YouTuber we've ever dealt with. What? Replying to yourself? I think this might be like a whole new level of crazy. I feel like Illuminaughti, if she's watching this, just needs to look at this and think, yeah, maybe I should just never come back to social media because this is what I was doing. But of course, my friends, like it always does, it only continues to get worse. Because at the end of the video, the click adds in screenshots of a conversation between Illuminaughti and Oz Media, in which, yes, she reveals that she was running this account. And you can clearly see Oz begging her to stop, saying, "Please stop what you're doing," and Blair bluntly replies with, "Okay." Oz is clearly not handling this well. He is stressed out, going, "I cannot handle this." Blair says, "Okay, let's let it die." By the way, notice that she's saying "let's" here. It's because she's trying to kind of like group everyone else into this, because she knows if this comes out eventually, it's not just her going down, it's everyone is going down, despite her clearly being told to stop doing this. So yeah, she says she'll let it die, and Oz says he's not able to record because of the stress, and Blair says, "Okay, I'm pulling it back." She did not pull back. Because a month later, yes, she was back to replying to herself. I mean, it's just absolute, like, I've said it a million times now, but insane. And I think that's a perfect way to summarize the Clicks video. Pure, utter insanity. He pretty much just systematically debunks everything that Blair had said and accused him of and accused the others of, and in the process also just proved pretty much that everything in his original Twitter thread about Blair was true. And overall, I think the community was somehow even more shocked. People were just shocked at how we basically had another Creepshow art scandal, and overall the community sentiment once again was just, wow, I cannot believe I've been subscribed to this terrible individual for so long, who has been lecturing me about how bad a load of other people are whilst doing all of this behind the scenes. And yeah, realistically, at this point of the timeline, there really was no coming back from this. The snowball had turned into an avalanche, which had just turned into a end of the world scenario for Blair. This was it, really. There was no apology that was going to redeem her here. She'd been exposed a million times at this point, and nobody was ever going to trust her again. But despite that, more and more people kept coming out with their personal experiences with Blair. And yeah, overall, even though I'll keep on saying this, somehow it kept on getting worse. Because on the 11th of May 2023, a second video hit the Illuminaughti YouTube channel. Because yes, on that date, Wonderstruck released My Response to Illuminaughti Exposed, featuring Oz Media. And yes, in this video, Wonderstruck pretty much does what the Click does and absolutely decimates any argument that Blair ever even attempted to make against him. And now in fairness, I'm not going to go through this entire video, mainly because you've already seen a large section of that video where I use it to debunk a lot of things in Blair's original response video. But overall, this video went down very well for Wonderstruck and absolutely terribly for Blair, as even more people were realizing the scope of how awful everything truly was behind the scenes. But don't worry, we will go through the points that we've missed out. Starting off with Wonder starting the video, mainly talking about why he took so long to speak up, and in particular, it was because he was so afraid of potential NDA threats and not wanting this to go legal. And then the next section is mainly about the Click and disproving a large amount of things that Blair has said about him. But a big talking point that I want to particularly focus on surrounds the BMW situation. Because as you saw previously, Illuminaughti made out Wonderstruck to be some form of freeloader that took advantage of her at every single scenario. She gave him a car, gave him a house, and obviously we all know now that that isn't the case. Rental plans were coming in for Wonderstruck to pay his way, and on multiple occasions Wonderstruck also went out of his way by flying across states to try and help the Sad Milk operation. But what's interesting about this story in particular is the BMW situation, because that was taken off Wonderstruck after he was told to leave.
Things in the house were growing fairly grim. I was in therapy at the time and trying to do what I could to help out and also stay out of the way. I felt my brain start to shut down. I could barely function as it was. I would just drive out in my free time to this little trail. I guess you could just call it like a private spot, not really because it's in the public, but it was a little nice cliffside, and I would just hang out there because I didn't have any work at home and I just was not wanted around. I explained my situation to my therapist. It was a pretty similar message I sent to my friend in private. I miss feeling independent, and living rent-free for 6 months, which I did not sign up for, is making me feel like a burden and sick. I really feel like I'm losing touch with myself and I'm not sure who I am at the moment. I told my therapist at this point that I hadn't felt real in a while, which anyone who has suffered with dissociation and dissociative episodes can all but relate to. I also reiterated how everything was starting to feel rather pointless and I didn't know what I was that's so lame. I don't like to get emotional, but I didn't know what I was doing wrong. After hearing this, she made it urgently clear that I needed to leave the house immediately. Which again, sorry, I need to calm down. In hindsight, I didn't realize how bad it was getting at the time. Yes, it had just never been that bad. Oh. It's so lame. She said whatever I needed to do, I just needed to go. So with no work, my only options were being in a home with someone who won't even speak to me, as I believe Oz had gone to visit his father at the time, or I could go visit my father and just spend some time with him. So I chose option 2.
Now yes, obviously I'm not going to sugarcoat it. This is terrible, and watching this back it's quite difficult because the video does get very emotional, and I completely understand why. It was very clear that Wonderstruck was feeling trapped and he just wanted to get out, as he was not getting any support and things were just overall incredibly tough. And yeah, as you saw, Blair told him to leave, and leave he did. He got in his car and he went to go and see his family.
I explained the situation to my dad and I ended up leaving to go see my father so I could spend the 4th of July with him and stay a while so I could mentally reset. I also did digital work, and this was not in violation of my employment, as I could work wherever I wanted via laptop. But before going, Blair had me sign her BMW contract she had been meaning to get to me for a while. She was fully aware of my intent to visit my father and stay a while, especially given that, again, I worked remotely. You now know the events that led up to July 29th, where the car was repossessed.
So yeah, in short, he had pretty much lost his job and also had his car repossessed at around 3 a.m. in the morning.
Later in the early hours of July 29th, 2021, Blair flew down to obtain the BMW.
And the repossession apparently all came from the fact that, according to the contract that he signed, the car should reside in El Paso, Colorado. But this has been a heavily debated topic since it first appeared, because a lot of people have made the argument that what the document is stating here is that in terms of the car residing, this is around his living situation. If he is still living in Colorado, then that's absolutely fine for him to drive the car out of state for a few days. He wasn't putting the car in a new address to permanently reside there, he was simply leaving the state to visit someone. And based on the fact that Wonderstruck has previously spoken about the fact that he's had to leave the state multiple times for work-related reasons, you can only assume that it's perfectly fine for him to also drive out of the state so he can do certain things. As long as he isn't moving, I think it's absolutely fine, and to me, that's what I think this contract represents. So a lot of people were basically coming to the conclusion that IILLUMINAUGHTI had falsely repossessed this car. She did not have a valid reason, and this obviously led to a large amount of criticism. Because yeah, Blair didn't care about the reasons. She just wanted to get back at the people that had supposedly wronged her, and this was her way of doing it. Turning up at 3 a.m. in the middle of the night and taking the car, and he had no idea at the time.
I'd now like to point to a conversation I had with Oz Media, because Blair and I were not on speaking terms at this time, which was something she herself suggested took place between us. July 28th, 2021, one day before the repossession, Oz and I had a phone call together where I stated I would not be moving back to Colorado. He agreed it was probably the best option for me, as he was still at this time sympathetic towards everything happening. Note again, the car did not reside in Texas as I did not have a residence in Texas at this time. Upon hearing this, Blair informed Oz that she wanted me to pay something that is known as a depreciation value, which is essentially, it's like, okay, you can't pay for the car, so you're going to pay for the value that the car lost while it was in your possession. I agreed. I didn't want further bad blood. I just wanted this whole situation to be done as it had caused me enough stress as is. Oz gave me a set of options as to what I could do with the car, and I picked option 2, where it was agreed I would bring the car back to Colorado, gather my belongings, and I'd pay the value via regular payments, etc. However, when I asked to see everything my name was tied to legally with the car, which any person would do, I was met with a copy of the car contract. So I asked again to see the paperwork of the car. This was to ensure I was obtaining an accurate account of the car's value so I could legally assure what I was paying for. I believe that any person in my position should have done this. It is the only right thing to do to make sure you legally know what you're paying. After this message, I never once got a response. Later in the early hours of July 29th, 2021, Blair flew down to obtain the BMW. Hours after I agreed to pay for the car's appreciation value under the condition that I was paying what was accurate and visible to me. I did not have the text itself, as currently the phone I had at the time suffered, I believe it was a corrupted UI. All I know is I had a Google Pixel, and after some time, I believe last year, I plugged in the phone, gave me a big old question mark when I charged it. So I looked it up and I was like, what does this mean? Essentially, it just meant, yeah, your phone's kind of buddy. So if anyone knows how to pull images from a UI corrupted phone, please reach out and contact me, as I will happily provide these texts if I'm able to do so. At roughly 3 a.m., Blair sent me a text stating that I had breached numerous contract violations and that she was in Texas to repossess the vehicle. It goes without saying I was asleep at this time, so obviously I did not see a message that was sent to me at 3 a.m. in the morning. Once I woke up and I saw the messages, I asked Blair for an explanation as to how I breached my contract, to which I was ignored. However, Blair stated she would make arrangements for me to obtain my items. This never took place.
So yeah, effectively, Wonderstruck was trapped. He had nothing he could do about the repossessal here because it had already happened at a time of where he was most likely asleep and completely aware of what was going on, which of course, in my opinion and in the community's opinion seemingly, is a very deliberate act from Blair. She knew turning up at 3 a.m. would be the right thing for her to do because there would be no conflict, there would be no one preventing it to happen, there would be no police being called, so she did it at 3 a.m. And the entrapment only continues when he tried to speak about it publicly, and of course, he was threatened with an NDA.
I took to Twitter where I made a tweet regarding what had just happened, and I was immediately reminded by one of Blair's managers that I could not speak out on the matter, and I was threatened with NDA. If I had to explain the feeling, I felt helpless.
And this is what I meant earlier about Blair seemingly feeling untouchable. If someone ever dared speak up against her, then her wave of fans would come out and defend her without even looking into the points, and if somebody ever tried to speak out against her, an ex-employee, for something that she had done, she would just threaten an NDA. She had people wrapped around her fingers, and they were trapped. There was nothing they could do.
Blair stated she would make arrangements for me to obtain my items. This never took place.
Which is interesting because based on my research, this is actually illegal. As you can see here, it says in the United States, it is generally illegal for a car repossession company to dispose of your personal belongings with a repossessed vehicle, especially if they are not attached to the car. You are entitled to have these items returned to you. But of course, Wonderstruck never got these items back.
I sent her one last text stating I would be ceasing communication and that she could reach me and make arrangements for my belongings via my father's number. Not one attempt was ever made. Legal demand letters were sent and signed off for. You can see the draft of such a demand letter and what it looked like on official paper in my Google Drive. After months and months of trying and receiving no communication or update, we were told by someone who represented Blair to back off or they would go after us for harassment. I know this is scripted, but I really want to reiterate here that I felt small. I felt defeated. I had literally left my apartment for this. I lost my independence for this. My belongings, either tech related or just memorabilia, were and are still gone to this day. I didn't want to upload because I knew every time I did, I knew Blair was probably checking my social blade laughing at me, as I had seen her do to every single former Sad Milk member for months. I had no way to prove to my friends why I had seemingly high hopes for the future, and in the course of a summer I had almost no money to my name due to Blair Blair's butterfly effect. None of the friends I had made would talk to me, and like OT and Click, rumors began to spread about me too. Admittedly on a smaller scale, but they were still about me nonetheless. I was fired. Blair had taken the car as well as my belongings. My life had been set back to square one.
Now, based on everything that we've seen in Wonderstruck's video, in my opinion, this is all very deliberate and very calculated from Blair. How Wonderstruck was feeling here, in my opinion, is very coordinated to me. It feels that Blair has deliberately tried to make people feel this way so she can have dominance in friendships and be the one who calls the shots. She gave him everything, a job, a car, a place to live, and she could take that away at any moment she could, and that was just a representation of the power she had over people. And in any situation where anyone would ever fight back, she would threaten them with NDAs, she would lie to them, she would manipulate them, or she would turn on them and skew the truth surrounding them to everyone else in her life and turn your friends or Wonderstruck's friends against him. And it very much did just seem that Blair was just outright destroying people's lives out of spite and neglect, which will lead us nicely into the conversation surrounding mental health. Because a big criticism I had of Blair's original video about everything was the fact that, yeah, she randomly brought up extremely personal messages from Wonderstruck that should have never gone public. And it's clear that Wonderstruck thought the same.
Now, when I first saw Blair speaking upon my mental health, admittedly, I shut down. I was rightfully broken and disgusted that so many people could see the insight into my mental health, something very private and a lot of times met with shame. There were so many things I wanted to say when I saw that, so many nasty and vile words of venom I wanted to throw into the void due to this becoming public on Blair's own doing. But it's not Blair's story to tell as to how I got to this point, it's mine. So
now, I know it may sound frustrating, but I'm not going to play the next part of the video. It is a very personal story, and if you want to hear it, then I encourage you to go and watch Wonderstruck's video about this. I just feel like it should be left for that video because it is a very, very personal story, and you know, I don't know how to explain it. I just feel like I should leave it for him to tell that story. But yes, Wonder does tell an incredibly personal story surrounding his childhood, mental health, antidepressants, and how he managed to get better, and how eventually that all led to the process of him saying goodbye to his friends and family as he was going to work for Blair, which was obviously a really, really big thing for Wonder. His life had finally gotten to the point of where he really felt like he was doing something. His career was on the up and he was going to do a big move, which obviously was a big risk. And yeah, Wonder goes on to state that he finally felt that he had a purpose in his life, that it was going somewhere, and everything he had done in his life had built up to this next step. But the sad reality is obviously he was putting a lot of trust and power into Blair's hands. If she wanted to, she could take that all away and make his life hell, which based on what we've seen, she absolutely did. And I think this particular story really does represent the issue with the power dynamics in Blair's friendships. It very much does seem that all her friendships are based around basically having control over everyone in some form of sense of where she's paying all her friends to work for her, everyone's doing things for her, she's the head of everything, whether it's Sad Milk or the Illuminaughti YouTube channel. She had so many people wrapped around her fingers. She had so many people on NDAs, friends signing NDAs, and just so much power was placed in her hand. Again, you can only really help but think that this was all coordinated and deliberate. She wanted this power so she could get away with everything forever and continue running a successful business. It truly all is sickening, and honestly, it all sounds a little bit dramatic. It feels like when I say words like that, I'm going over the top, but based on everything, I really don't think I am. Now, the rest of the video is mainly talking about the dog situation that we've covered, and then he also touches on the living situation in how Blair's house was just completely terrible, messy, and dirty. But then we get to the ending of the video, which gets particularly interesting when Oz Media appears. Now, up until this point in the story, we've not really heard much from Oz. Yes, he had his original tweet thread, but at this point of time, he's kind of just known for being the guy that was originally Blair's henchman, pretty much. He would do her dirty work. He would speak to people in her words. He would come after people. He would just do the things that Blair told him to do. And it's really interesting because he's now featuring in this video. And I think that really does say quite a lot, that even the closest person to Blair turned on her, realized how terrible everything was, and did his best to rectify the situation. Because yeah, in this video, Oz is speaking up against absolutely everything to do with her, whilst also taking responsibility for his actions, and even speaking about something that I found particularly interesting over the whole topic of Blair's obsession with weaponizing her tears.
At the end of Blair's video, she has what appears to be a heartfelt cry regarding your friendship. This section is roughly 3 minutes. She goes into detail about you, Casper, better times, and involves hobbies, etc. Would you like to share your thoughts on what you felt or thought when you first saw this?
There's not really a nice way that I can actually say this. I've watched her build those tears up on multiple occasions, whether it's she forgot she had a prior engagement, so she built up tears and said, I have to take Casper to the vet and I'm very scared so I won't be able to make it, or for talking to other content creators that she's had issues with of welling up those tears for apologies, for talking with employees, for talking with me or her roommates. It's something that I have watched her do on numerous occasions. If they were genuine, I mean, there's that, but I have a really hard time believing it with how many times I've actually seen her build those tears up. And considering when I did post my thread on Twitter and I did make the comments that I made, the tone that she had in messages was night and day. What I'm trying to say is that the tone that she had in the end of her video was not the tone that she had with me behind the scenes. The tone that she had with me behind the scenes was very much accusing. A few vague threats were thrown in there, which I don't want to go into details on because I just, for me personally, with how I see all of this, I don't want to make a response video.
Now, my friends, am I particularly surprised that the horribly manipulative individual is also known throughout her friendship groups to weaponize her tears to get out of a lot of scenarios where she is blatantly in the wrong? No, I'm not surprised about this. But yeah, I think this again is just another representation of how Blair has managed to keep so many people wrapped around her fingers for so long. She cries, she manipulates, she lies, and makes people feel bad for her. And it's clear that even her closest friend and ex-partner, Oz, realized this and could no longer stand by. It's kind of like when Jaime Lannister killed the Mad King in A Song of Ice and Fire. Okay, maybe that's a bit unfair to compare to Jaime Lannister, but I mean, we'll cut all the things that happen after and just say that, even actually, no, it's still a bad comparison. But in that one small act, it's kind of like Jaime Lannister killing the Mad King. And obviously, I mean, in terms of a social media action, he obviously turned on her career and killed her social media career. I'm stumbling here. But yes, that actually does take us to the ending of Wonderstruck's video. And yeah, again, it was another slam dunk that made Blair look unbelievably worse. And again, I'll keep on saying it, but yeah, there was absolutely no way back at this point. It really did just feel that every single day, people were speaking up and people were becoming more and more shocked. Which you can see here in the general community reaction, where people were just sad, surprised, and just overall let down. And yeah, at this point in mid-2023, it really did just feel that Illuminaughti was becoming the supervillain of the year on YouTube. It even got so bad that sponsors such as HelloFresh started to pull out from working with her, and Blair was also losing a large amount of subscribers on a day-to-day basis. Overall, her social media empire was just collapsing around her. And yeah, because things were going so badly, she obviously had to respond again. She had to act. And she did by returning on Twitter in a now deleted Twitter thread stating, "Hey everyone, I'm fully aware of the recent false allegations that have surfaced. I want to take a moment to publicly state that I'm taking these allegations seriously and I'm committed to rectifying the situation promptly and appropriately." Now this statement is quite ironic and quite hilarious because these false allegations have really only come out because Blair took this to YouTube, made a video that got 1 million views of where she falsely accuses a bunch of people of things that just got outright debunked pretty much immediately. I understand the concerns and potential impact that these false tales have caused. My team and I are actively working behind the scenes to gather all the relevant facts. Oh, that's great. I mean, I hope you pay more than $200 this time. I am committed to transparency and accountability throughout the process. Rest assured, I am taking decisive action to address this situation. I will provide updates and communicate any necessary actions as soon as possible. Thank you for those who are standing by me during this challenging time. I will not allow these false allegations to be weaponized as a way to silence my voice. Which again is quite quite ironic considering this woman is known for silencing people's voices using NDAs. I appreciate your patience and understanding during this challenging time. I am dedicated to upholding my channel's values and delivering on our commitments. I am confident that truth will prevail. Sincerely, Blair Zon.
Spoken like a true politician.
Yeah, this statement is just a load of, as the Americans say, baloney. But you know, she was so confident in it that she actually went onto a YouTube channel and put it onto her community page. But shock surprise, no response ever came in terms of a YouTube video or a Twitter video or a Threads video, if anyone still uses that website. In fact, the only thing that did come was one day later, Blair actually sent a cease and desist to Wonderstruck. Blair, aka Illuminaughti, just sent me a cease and desist for speaking out against her abuse. I will not be silenced. Which again, the community thought was really ironic because, well, she just complained about silencing people, and now she was silencing people via the legal system? And because of the situation seemingly going legal, Wonder set up a GoFundMe page, and the support was massive. He originally had a $1,000 goal, and that was absolutely blown out the water and hit $20,000. And I think this at the time was the finest example of how much the community were against her. They raised a large amount of money in such a short amount of time, and honestly, it was just very impressive. It almost felt that everyone in the YouTube community was unifying against Illuminaughti. I saw content creators that hate each other finally linking up and just chatting because they all decided that, hey, this is bigger than not liking each other. But then things only went from bad to worse for Blair on June 2nd, 2023, when One Topic released a video titled "We Need to Talk About Sad Milk and Illuminaughti." Now, this video is pretty much a detailed repeat of what he originally said about Sad Milk and Illuminaughti on Twitter, but in this case, a large amount of screenshots were provided, and once again, yes, of course, things were looking bad. To the point of where he directly calls out Blair, stating that she should take down her video because the things in the video are not true.
Illuminaughti has dropped a video about it, one that at the time of recording this is still up, and it should be taken down. Take it for what you will, but a lot was framed incorrectly or was outright false. It did not properly outline what the members of the group accomplished in terms of work, and the vague accusations that payments weren't made and were still an issue right to the end of the project is also just odd. A lot has been said about it already in Clicks and Wonder's videos. I agree with their recounting, as I remember it the same way. From my recollection, after things started to get more serious and we had a few recordings, it became pretty clear early on that a couple members couldn't really afford the cost of a fun side project, and we had conversations as a group about how to solve for that, because we didn't want to exclude our friends. One solution discussed, for example, was the rest of the group taking on those costs. For example, when we found out that one of the group members couldn't get the 100K plaque because they couldn't afford the cost of it, we discussed pitching in together with our earnings to get it for them. It wasn't some debt that they'd owe, but just something that we could do for them so that we could all celebrate together. I mention this just to demonstrate that when issues arose, we talked them out as a group to find a solution, and then solved for it. So I'm unsure what the larger conversation around payments or payment issues is, as I'm unaware of it. And it wasn't a central theme to why things broke down.
So yeah, in short, with One Topic speaking up and everyone going against her, $20,000 being raised in legal fees, things were not looking good. The empire had crumbled, and people were now just dancing on the grave of her social media career. And with that, you would think, well, surely she has to do something. Everyone responds eventually, right? Well, 2 weeks passed since she said she'd make a response, and nothing came out. Other than another cease and desist. As on June the 6th, Oz Media tweeted, "So Illuminaughti has officially sent me a cease and desist. Best part is, she cites parts of the video which I had no part in, and demands I make a public apology." And then on June the 13th, Oz made another tweet stating, "Illuminaughti sent me a physical cease and desist to my dad's address as well, one I haven't lived at in 3 years, which she would have known because I still live in the house that we shared. Trying to scare my dad? You're forcing my hand here, something I initially didn't want to do." Then the Click replied with a joke stating, "The next one gets sent to grandma in a nursing home." But jokes aside, this was very much representing how serious this situation had gotten. This started off with a tweet, it then became a big YouTube situation, but now things appeared to be going legal, and this obviously put a large amount of things on the line. Homes on the line, financial situations on the line. Everything was gradually getting harder to process and deal with for a lot of these people, because I can only imagine how stressful this would have been. Rather than providing some form of argument and response with some form of evidence and screenshots to back that argument, she instead resorted to intimidation tactics, going against everything that she preached on her YouTube channel, going against everything that people had originally come to know Illuminaughti for. And because of this, commentary channels started making videos surrounding the entire situation that garnered millions of views, and yeah, even I made a video that got 1 million views. And it was very clear that this was no longer just a niche situation in the commentary community on twitter.com, this was now a mainstream topic. More and more people were talking about Illuminaughti, and people were now discovering her in a negative light. Originally, people found this person and thought, wow, I love her videos, but now it was, wow, this person is despicable. And because of more and more people speaking about this situation and the community just in general non-stop going on about it, it of course led to more people documenting their own personal experiences with Blair. Because as you can see here in these videos, it was people that used to know Blair speaking about Blair's manipulation and controlling behavior behind the scenes. And in one case in particular that really interested me and a lot of people out there was a situation with another commentary YouTube channel, Cruel World Happy Mind, where she speaks about how in the past, before any of this, she actually reached out to Blair at one point in time because she was concerned over a possible plagiarism issue.
When I was making videos on anti-MLM content, I posted 2 videos in a series on Tyra Banks, which had to do with her treatment of models on her reality show America's Next Top Model, as well as the fact that she had an MLM company.
She would have created that financial freedom and achieved those goals sooner.
So scammy. Any sort of scam ad always has the word financial freedom in it.
And at that time, I was not the only YouTuber to do a video on Tyra Banks, and I in no way thought I claimed ownership on the topic of Tyra Banks in any way. In fact, I think at the time, Sloan had actually already done a video on Tyra Banks. Shout out Sloan, you're amazing. So I also want to clarify that I in no way have this attitude on YouTube where if I do a video on a topic, no one else is allowed to do a video on that topic. I don't think that at all. I was only a few months into starting my YouTube channel and a fairly small YouTuber at the time with 20,000 subscribers. One day, Illuminaughti had posted a video on Tyra Banks, and I didn't even initially know about her posting that video, except for I had received a few comments and messages that she had posted a similar video to mine.
And me at the time, I don't even think I had 20,000 subscribers, so getting messages like that freaked me out because this creator had 600,000 subscribers and I had less than 20. And to hear so many people say the same thing about a situation and message me the same thing scared me.
For example, like this comment, which I was again a very small YouTuber, so I already didn't get a lot of messages to begin with. So to be getting that many messages was overwhelming for me. I knew they wouldn't stir up drama for nothing and had messaged me out of genuine concern. For example, this comment, which again, this is literally a screenshot from 2 years ago that I grabbed from my old video that was reposted by Tipster. And by the way, this old video, I blurred out Illuminaughti's name because I didn't want to have a direct call out. But they said, notice that Illuminaughti ? Because they weren't sure if they spelled her name right. Uploaded a similar video today or a couple days ago, and I haven't watched it, but glanced over their sources, and it's oddly similar to your content.
Tyra Banks and the MLM she was involved in. At the time that people were messaging me this, there were no sources on this person's video. The only thing it had in the description was in parentheses, sources coming soon.
Not sure if it's just a coincidence, but don't want your hard work to be copied and exposed to a wider audience to get more views and revenue. Sorry if this comes across as abrasive or not well researched on my part, just something I noticed. I was like, Tyra Beauty, Goop, etc. Sounds familiar, and similar order of content too. The fact that multiple people were kind of like, hey, were noticing this thing. I hadn't even been the one to initially notice it since I was getting messages to the point where other people were noticing this. I thought it would be the right thing to do to privately message this creator.
I send this larger creator a message. At the time of sending that message, since I was like just a really small creator, I was like, I don't know how to handle this. I felt super awkward. So I was just like, hey!
Now personally, I think what's going on here is completely understandable. Yes, she was really just worried that her video had been copied or plagiarized by a much bigger content creator, and yes, there really was no direct evidence of this, but I can understand why somebody would be worried about this. Now, I'm not going to name any names here, but when I had around 9,000 subscribers, a YouTuber who also did commentary, who was much bigger than me, one point of time, took my YouTube video, took the entire title, description, basically word for word copied it, but then also, which made it even worse, was took all the points I said in my video word for word and just repeated them in his video. He uploaded it, it got about 10 times or even 20 times more views than my video, and I remember just sat there thinking, it's very obvious that you have copied everything that I said in my video that I uploaded a few days previously, but I don't have any direct proof, but I know you have done it. There is no way that there are this many coincidences. Now, I didn't reach out to this guy. I spoke to my friends about it. We laughed about it, but that was really it. But maybe I should have reached out, because what I think Cruel World Happy Mind is doing here, in my opinion, is totally understandable. She was a smaller YouTuber and had a valid concern.
I sent Blair a message saying, hey hun, sorry I had to. It's an inside joke for anti-MLMers. So I thought that would be like a funny opener. I don't know if you know of my channel. I'm a really small YouTuber who's been inspired by the content you make. I got a few messages about the video you posted about Tyra's MLM because I've done a video on that topic. I'm really happy you're spreading more awareness on this topic, but it did low-key feel like a lot of what was said in the beginning of the video was really similar to the things I discussed regarding Tyra's MLM and her controversies, the rabies bit, etc. Coincidences happen, and I'm sure as a larger YouTuber, you're accused of stealing content from people you've never even heard of or seen before. So I get it if this message comes across that way. With the intention of just being open and honest, I was really hurt by the video though, because you're someone who has really inspired me and the content I make, so I wanted to reach out and hopefully have an honest but positive discussion on it all. Either way, I still appreciate the work you do. And to be fully fair to Blair, looking back, she has an entire team. So I also do think, looking back, it could have been that someone on her team saw my video, or she was receiving just a lot of comments asking to do a video on that topic, and they just happened to stumble across similar research.
Now, to be honest with you, I feel like Cruel World Happy Mind here is actually being completely fair, and she even goes on to directly say that she doesn't believe that Blair or Blair's researchers 100% directly copied like everything from her video.
I will never definitively say she or her researcher copied me.
But the point is she just had some small concerns and reached out to the content creator privately in a respectful manner, trying to resolve the situation, which is normal. But rather than respond to Cruel World Happy Mind's DM, instead, Blair decided to make vague tweets once again about her, and also apparently went onto a podcast to say nasty things about her.
It hit the fan when I started noticing Blair making subtweets that I was pretty sure were about me. But I was like, no, that can't be about me. I'm literally a nobody. I have 20,000 subscribers. I think a little more at this point, but still pretty much a no one in the YouTube community. But hearing from other people that she was constantly doing this to them now, I am now 100% certain that yes, she was subtweeting me. She also made an Instagram story post referencing me in a subtweety way that was so bold that people absolutely knew it was about me. She urged her followers not to follow me and claimed I was subbotting. People knew she was talking about me, and there was no hiding the passive aggressiveness. At that point, I was like, literally, what's this person's problem with me? So some of the people who had watched my channel also messaged me saying, hey, I think you should also check out this podcast with the Welsh twins, because she also went on this podcast and said some pretty nasty things about you on there too. And then my stomach sinks, because first off, I'm like, okay, she's subtweeting me, making Instagram story posts about me. Now this podcast, how many things am I gonna have to track of what Blair's saying about me? And then also, oh my gosh, what the heck did she say about me now? What did I do that was supposedly so bad? So I tune into this podcast. My heart is like pounding. Also, I loved the Welsh twins. I loved their videos, so it's so embarrassing for me. I loved Illuminaughti, respected her, loved these guys, and now she's telling these guys how awful of a person I am. It's humiliating and demoralizing. So my heart's pounding, my stomach's sinking. I'm just feeling like the worst feelings. I still feel the horrible, awful feelings I felt that day. So I listened to this podcast. On this podcast, she's claiming that I was like angrily claiming that she copied me and my content, and I asked her for credit.
So she messages me and she goes, I'm just really disappointed because you're someone I look up to and you copied my video and I want credit.
Which, if you remember from my original DM, in that DM, I never once asked for credit. I never said, I want credit, give me credit. Never in that tone did I ever say that. So she literally spread a blatant lie about me on this podcast for no reason. She said I was a really small YouTuber, very much talking down to me in a demeaning way.
I'm gonna try and keep it vague so I don't mention this person's channel, but it's a very small YouTuber.
Which just goes to show how she views small YouTubers in general. She claimed that I wanted to follow and mimic her content style, which was not true at all. I had no intentions of becoming a corporate content mill.
She even admitted, well, kind of, that she was restructuring her channel to kind of mock my own channel.
I'm good on that one. And so I'm listening to this and freaking out because now all of a sudden I was wondering if she was going within the YouTube community, telling people who I was to all of these larger YouTubers. So there were all these rumors about me, and no one would ever want to associate with me, making me out to be this honestly terrible sounding person, which was just so humiliating. She then talked down about my research, saying my research is just TMZ and Wikipedia.
But she had like 5 sources. You know, one was Wikipedia, one was BuzzFeed, one was like TMZ or something.
In certain instances, I will source TMZ and Wikipedia.
Absolute most offensive thing that was said on this podcast was that the research that I do for my videos is just Wikipedia, BuzzFeed, and TMZ. After hearing this, I was so confused that I looked through every single video that I've done to be like, okay, first off, have I ever used TMZ as a source?
Also, Blair uses Wikipedia constantly. You see how she takes an insecurity of hers and throws it back in someone's face. Blair also said that I just drink my coffee and talk about my opinion in my videos.
And then she sits down for a video, drinks a coffee, is distracted the whole time, and just gives her opinion on how she feels about things.
So yeah, that was a little hurtful to hear, but I think at the time she was just trying to get people to not follow my channel by basically trashing me and my research, which of course wasn't perfect, but I was literally just starting out.
Now, in fairness to Illuminaughti, I don't believe that she ever directly used the name of Cruel World Happy Mind here, but I understand the situation that she was in. I understand what it's like to have somebody directly copy your work, not really have any evidence of it, but you know that there can't be that many coincidences. Now, obviously, I should just say that this is still technically just an allegation, but I can completely understand where Cruel World Happy Mind was coming from, and to be honest, I don't think she was necessarily frustrated about the plagiarism mostly. I think it was frustration out of the fact that she got no reply, and it seemed that Blair, according to her, was just openly mocking her on podcasts and in vague tweets. I can understand why that would be very frustrating, and this did just seem to be yet again another person coming out with a very negative experience with Blair. And based on what was said in this video and everything that we've gone through in this chapter, chapter, it really did just feel for a long time Blair thought that she could get away with absolutely everything. And I think the one thing that always confuses me about stuff like this is, what do you even gain acting like this? Like, what do you gain by being a dick? Like, at the end of the day, the thing that makes your money is your YouTube videos. You can make your YouTube videos without being a bellend. If anything, the YouTube videos are probably going to be better and get more views if you're not a bellend. So I think this really is just about who she is as a person fundamentally, which sounds mental to say, but sadly, I think that's just the truth. But yeah, the community was once again more enraged, and they aired their support for Cruel World Happy Mind, whilst also just getting angrier and angrier at Blair. But despite all of this, there still was no response from Illuminaughti. She still had not posted a video or posted this dramatic response where she was kind of hinting at making. Nothing was said. Until August 2023, when Oz Media posted something that will change the entire story. On August the 23rd, 2023, Oz Media made a tweet stating, "I'm still working on my video. However, Blair is taking legal action against me to take my full home. I need help with legal costs and will be providing a detailed explanation on how I'm even in this position within my video." Now, when this tweet came out, it very much changed this entire situation, because I think before, whilst it obviously was very serious and there was a lot of emotional moments throughout it, I think this was the moment where people realized things were getting real. There was a potential for somebody in this story to become homeless because of Blair. And naturally, the community support was massive. Oz garnered around $50,000 in support for his legal fees and housing fund. Which, to be fair, despite there being a terrible thing going on here, it also represented at the same time that the community was at this point just at the peak of support against Blair. Which was interesting, considering Blair was actually still posting on her YouTube channel at this time. Yeah, she was regularly uploading videos, but interestingly enough, the views were 10% of what they used to be, and every single video would have thousands of dislikes. And it really did kind of feel at this point that rather than just bowing out gracefully, well, as graceful as you can be in this situation, Blair decided to take down everyone with her. And that was only really confirmed on September the 16th, 2023, when Oz uploaded the video titled, "Let's Talk, an update on the Illuminaughti drama." And this video is where things really start to get serious, as this is the beginning of the legal situation. Because in this video, Oz makes a lot of serious statements to do with Blair, and at the beginning confirms that yes, him and Blair were at one point in a relationship, and he knows that this video could be used in a courtroom. But then after this, Oz gets into more serious stuff where he does confirm that yes, Blair could potentially make him homeless.
What I can only describe as retaliation from the person who's my ex, former employer, and prior colleague, Blair is in the process of currently foreclosing my home. Because of this stress of Blair taking my home from me, I need to pump the brakes and change directions so I won't be homeless come Christmas. Because that's when Blair set my home to foreclose, right before Christmas. And yes, Blair has the power to set the foreclosure sale. This situation was a fear and hesitation that I had from the beginning, even telling Wonder as far back as April, a day before my thread went up, that I was mortified that if I spoke out against Blair or even dared to cross her, that she would retaliate with taking my home from me. When I did speak out, as many of you are aware, Blair sent me a cease and desist. A cease and desist, by the way, over a Twitter thread which she apologized for not only in her video, but as well as privately. Despite this, I persisted on working on my video, continuing the production of something which started as 20 pages, then slowly grew into the novel that it's become. Throughout this entire process, I had the fear that once I released this video, Blair would drop the hammer on me. I've lived the last 4 months of my life with the looming threat of Blair's retaliation, and truth being, from my understanding, she could have done this as early as June.
So yes, this had become a very serious situation, and I can only imagine the stress this was putting on Oz. To think that he could potentially lose his home must have been absolutely terrifying, and I think this really does just all but confirm that yes, Illuminaughti was basically an evil supervillain at this point of time. I understand not liking people, I understand even making your exposed videos on people, but making someone homeless, that's a whole different level of evil. And based on some of the things that Oz was speaking about in this video, it really started to feel like an impossible situation, and Oz absolutely felt trapped, which again is a common recurring pattern throughout all of the friendships that Blair holds. All of her friends seem to feel trapped. But you may be wondering, how does Illuminaughti even have the power to make this man homeless? Well, let's get into it.
As I briefly stated previously, Blair and I dated. We started when I was 20 and she was 28. And currently, I'm 23, almost 24. In the beginning, Blair walked me into several poor financial decisions. My naivety caused me to believe her reassurances that I could handle all of the financial obligations being dropped onto my shoulders by someone more experienced in life than I was. Why these obligations were placed onto me? At the time, Blair had bad credit, so all of the purchases, loans, everything was being placed in my name. This included the car that she purchased, then revoked from Wonderstruck. I was on the loan as a cosigner only because of my credit at the time. Eventually, though, the financial responsibilities that I incurred would stack up on me, building a mountain of monthly debt that would lead me into several financially tight months, and eventually just breaking. This would lead me to asking Blair, my partner, for financial help for things such as my home, which she was living in. Help from my partner, who at any given time would be making up to 30 times my monthly income. These amounts of assistance would be added to a ledger of debt. And I want to clarify again, Blair wasn't my bank. She wasn't my landlord. She was my partner at this time. This ledger also includes things such as a non-refundable design fee and land deposit on a multi-million-dollar custom home that she threatened to break up with me if I didn't agree to proceed on this with her, as well as other financial expenses that I honestly can't account for, nor even come close to this number when digging through my own finances. This ledger would creep into the range of $180,000, an insurmountable amount where I don't even understand how she got there. That number ballooned higher and higher, the number ever increasing, and I never questioned it out of guilt for needing help. Guilt from her telling everyone, from her friends to my friends, to her employees, to hell, even her Discord staff, about my finances, oftentimes unprompted. Guilt involving the fact that everyone I interacted with on a day-to-day basis looked down on me for her words towards me. My own partner, the person who was supposed to be my other half, was actively putting me in a position where she was chipping away at my mental health. I was afraid to tell anyone what was happening because she had convinced me that I was a parasite.
Now, all of this does follow the trend of Blair seemingly needing to have full control over everyone in her life, whether it's an employee, whether it's a friend, or whether it's the person they're in a relationship with. Blair always needs some form of leverage, whether it's an NDA, a contract, or even a home. And unfortunately, that was what was happening in this case, and Oz was certainly wrapped around her finger. And honestly, with this level of power that Blair had over Oz throughout their entire relationship, you can kind of understand more why he was so dedicated to her, why he did the things that he did, because yeah, he felt that he was indebted to Blair. He felt that he was going to be indebted to Blair for the rest of his life, and he wasn't making any income from his channel, so I guess he just thought that supporting Blair as much as he possibly could would be the right thing to do, but unfortunately, the debt was building and Blair was getting more and more power over him. Based on what we can hear from Oz, it really did feel that there was no way out. And all of that would lead to a moment that Oz will regret for the rest of his life, where he signed some documents.
Blair would bring me to her lawyer's office, put me in a room alone with the two of them, with papers in front of me. Papers which I foolishly signed for a myriad of reasons, ranging from Blair expressing that this would mend our relationship, that it was the right thing for me to do, that this would also protect her legally and prevent her from getting into trouble with the IRS. She also would describe to me, and while I can't remember if this exact word was ever used, she essentially explained to me that because she used company funds to assist me, that she had committed embezzlement. And by converting the amount that I owed her into a loan with her company, this would save her skin legally. Now, to most people, that word may not have a lot of meaning. But to me, when I was 11, my mother was incarcerated for this exact crime, a remnant of the 2008 financial crisis. This taught me a very harsh lesson from an early age. But more importantly, Blair was aware of this past of mine. Whether this was used against me, I can't say for certain, but the idea of another person I loved being locked away, but this time for my actions, words cannot describe the guilt that I had. As I briefly stated earlier, Blair used this debt as a promise that this would specifically help mend our relationship, not our friendship, and put us on a better foot. It wouldn't be until a few weeks after signing that document that I would learn that she had already moved on, and had almost everyone in my daily life keep this fact a secret from me. Blair used all of this, promises of reconciliation and other factors, which will soon be further elaborated on, as means to get me to sign a document known as a deed of trust. I wasn't aware of the power that this document held, what it does, what it allowed her to do. Again, I couldn't afford legal representation. She knew this. This document gave her the power to foreclose if I was unable to make a monthly payment of nearly $2,500 for nearly a decade. Blair knew that even with my income working for her, that this wasn't possible. So, it feels as though she knew that I would be destined to fall behind, that this outcome was inevitable. If the home is foreclosed or if I decide to sell, Blair gets an immediate payout, and it's because of this that I'm hesitant to take the easy way out. There's also the fact that there's just not enough equity in the home, that if this were to foreclose upon, Blair would still be out money, and she could then sue me further to get that money back. If you're looking for an easy point of evidence, as you can see with Wonder, Blair has a habit of taking advantage of younger men, 8 years younger than her, and their financial illiteracy for her own personal gain. Originally, I assumed that I would have the video produced by now, but unfortunately, I overestimated my abilities and also had to deal with the legal and financial stress which followed.
So effectively, this is the worst possible scenario here. Blair was trying to make Oz homeless, and because he had been manipulated into signing this document, it really felt that there was no way out of this situation. He was manipulated into signing it, and therefore he was trapped, and seemingly there was no way out. And because of this, the community had to rally together. People had to stand up for Oz and support him, whether just socially or whether financially. And that did lead to so many people making videos and just speaking up against her because that was what was right. But at this point, Blair had pretty much just gone full supervillain. She did not care about her YouTube channel. She did not care about her career. She just wanted to bring everyone down with her. And that's why on November the 23rd, 2023, Twitter user Felix the Kit Kat made a tweet stating, "My former employee IILLUMINAUGHTII is retaliating against me for things I've said and done after my employment ended. She has falsely claimed to have served me papers and is trying to force a default judgment. Any help would be appreciated." And the click followed this up by stating, Felix was the ex-staff who provided some of the proof that IILLUMINAUGHTII was running the Doobie Schmerz accounts. So effectively what was happening here is Blair was trying to silence even more people. People who really weren't even involved in the story that much at this point, and I think a lot of people were confused at who really was Felix the Kit Kat. Obviously we know who leaked the DMs, but it did just seem so insignificant in terms of the massive storyline, yet Blair was suing him because once again she was trying to intimidate people and silence them. At this point, Blair was insistent on ruining people's lives, and that was only proven further when more documents came out showing that Blair was attempting to foreclose Oz's home because he was $4,000 behind in payments on a home that has been suggested to have been worth $1 million. Which is pretty despicable in the grand scheme of things because yeah, $4,000 in comparison to $1 million is incredibly insignificant, and it really did feel that Blair was trying to do anything she could to ruin these people's lives. And yeah, because of this, Oz himself did another fundraising stream in which he attempted to raise funds to pay the cure amount to end these foreclosure proceedings. And amazingly enough, Oz actually made $10,000 in 20 minutes. It was a really nice moment where the community once again came together, and as much as Blair was desperately trying to ruin his life, the community would just not allow it. It was like this really nice moment of just like everyone getting together and showing that everyone's voice really does matter. Just chipping in a little bit, even if it's just socially or wherever you're donating, it really did all add up and make it all worth it. And talking of the community getting involved, HBomberGuy then uploaded a second channel video, which was a segment from his main channel video, and this was all about Illuminaughti, and this clip garnered 4.4 million views. Effectively, this story was just getting everywhere at this point. People who were not even involved in the commentary space were learning about this, and Illuminaughti was becoming an not even a supervillain, like a Thanos level YouTube villain. And that was only made even more clear on December the 12th, 2023, when Blair was clearly now going all out after Oz tweeted, "Lawyer approved tweet. I'm currently being sued by Blair, also known as Illuminaughti, as well as her company Pyramid Entertainment Group LLC, for defamation. The lawsuit was filed 1 week after Blair pushed me into foreclosure proceedings, August, and has been something I've needed to fight behind the scenes along the foreclosure. More info to come." And yes, this was not a joke. This was now going fully legal. This wasn't just defamation threats. This was going to the courtroom. And it led to a giant lawsuit that lasted for over an entire year. Now, I am going to go over certain details of this lawsuit, but to be honest with you, I don't want to go through every single angle of this lawsuit. And that's mainly down to the fact that I have covered this entire thing in a 3-hour YouTube video. So if you want the true nitty-gritty extensive details of this lawsuit, I highly recommend you going and watching this video. But at the end of the day, I don't want to bore you with legal jargon, having to go through the same things, repeating each other via people resubmitting documents, then resubmitting editing documents. It basically became a very, very messy lawsuit of where nobody really knew what was going on. But this whole situation did very much now become a complete legal battle and was no longer being fought out on YouTube, which obviously was absolutely terrifying for the people being sued. They didn't have the finances to fight a millionaire in a court defamation battle. They were solely relying on the public's goodwill to donate and make sure they could afford this battle. So yes, my friends, like everybody does when they have a completely innocent conscience, Blair was suing people for defamation. And with that, allow me to introduce you to another player in this story, Madcatster, who is a YouTuber who covers legal situations involving other YouTubers. And during this entire lawsuit, he provided pretty much the entire documentation surrounding the events of what was taking place. And yes, as I mentioned before, there was a lot of events taking place. This was a very messy lawsuit. Basically, Blair was suing these 3 individuals, Wonderstruck, Felix the Kit Kat, and Oz Media, for multiple alleged breaches of contract, and Blair was pretty much accusing all of these individuals for defaming her. But immediately, there were some issues with what Blair was saying here, mainly down to the fact that the argument of slander was made throughout this entire court document, but it was all incredibly vague, and there was really no strong arguments to back anything that Blair was arguing about. It really did just seem to be Blair took her YouTube video and put it onto a court document. But there were also other weird issues in this document, mainly surrounding Felix the Kit Kat's involvement and just in general, why was this person being sued? A lot of people were just confused. Because yeah, it states that Felix was in violation of the agreement by turning over private messages between him and Blair to the Click to exploit in a video made to slander plaintiffs. Now yes, Felix did hand over these messages, but this takes us back to the messages from November 2020. You see, the problem was Felix signed this NDA in 2021. Now, Felix claims that he also sent these messages after his employment was over with Illuminaughti, but also these messages are from before he even signed his NDA. So there's obviously a lot of issues here. For one, he was out of contract in terms of work, so theoretically, surely the NDA still doesn't cover it, but also, these messages are from before the NDA was even made. They're not company secrets related to when he was working at the company. So realistically, it just kind of felt that there was no case here whatsoever. And she was just trying to silence as many people and bully and intimidate as many people as she possibly could. She even said in section 60 that as a result of defendants' breaches, plaintiffs have incurred damages including but not limited to loss of revenue, future losses of revenue, pain and suffering, and attorney fees. So effectively what she was doing here was blaming Wonderstruck, Felix the Kit Kat, and Oz Media for everything that had happened to her. She was basically stating that they were responsible for her losing all of her revenue, for her career dying, and it was absolutely not her fault. Which follows the trend from the very beginning of this video, where so many people stated that this is an individual that absolutely cannot take any responsibility for her actions whatsoever, and now we have the legal version of that. She could not take responsibility for her actions whatsoever, to the point of where she is now taking people to court. It was just quite ridiculous. And yes, this lawsuit was absolutely laughed at. Some were just stating that it felt more like a blog in the form of a lawsuit, and it's just her whining in the form of legal statements. Some were even stating that in the lawsuit, Blair fails at citing her sources, and overall, this lawsuit was just deemed to be an absolute mess. And yeah, as I said, I'm not going to go through the entire thing in complete detail. If you want to see that, I do have a video basically going through absolutely everything. But overall, this lawsuit was just backfiring massively. More and more content creators started to create videos about this lawsuit, and now people were just finding out even more about how ridiculous and insane and evil Blair truly was. It even led to this interesting phenomena of Blair becoming a bit of a content farm on YouTube, which honestly, to this day, Blair seemingly is still a content farm. She is somebody that so many people make videos about. I'm guilty of it myself, and it's not from a case of wanting to just leech from one singular thing that happened. No, this is a person that has done so many things, and there are so many stories that it led to channels making tens, if not 50, 30, 40 videos all about Illuminaughti, just because there was so much to talk about. But moving on to December 19th, it was a Christmas miracle as Oz tweeted, "I'm officially out of foreclosure proceedings with Blair and her company. This doesn't mean things are over, but it's one step closer to having my life back. Thank you for everyone who supported me so far, whether it's through donations, kind words, being there for my streams, and all the little things that have been done. Thank you." And yes, I can only imagine that this was a massive hit to Blair's ego, because she was gradually losing the grip that she had on all of the people around her at one point of time. Having so many people wrapped around her finger seemingly was such an important thing for her, considering how often it seemed to happen, that seeing something like this fail, seeing that she didn't actually make Oz homeless, that probably really impacted her. And at this point of time in December of 2023, it really did just feel that Surely she gives up, because her YouTube channel was dying. It had lost hundreds of thousands of subscribers at this point. The videos were getting no views. Everybody was clowning on this individual, mocking her, calling her out and exposing her. Surely she would back down and just go off into the sunset. But in terms of what Blair was putting on her channel, I know a few people will be thinking, wait, so she was still, after everything, uploading? Yes. Blair was still putting out content on her YouTube channel, but a few people that actually still watched Blair pointed out something quite interesting about one of her videos at the time, where Blair seemingly had left out a massive part of her video.
Better preparation and a better response could have easily given so many people their lives back, but instead, the wealthy were prioritized over those in need. That's why this disaster wasn't entirely natural. But what about other storms? And why does this keep happening?
Yes, Blair, for like a 4-minute segment in her video, basically left out an entire audio clip of where she clearly is meant to speak, and she just had no idea about this. She uploaded it onto the YouTube channel, she did 0 checks, it was obviously a complete editing error, and yet this video still is on her YouTube channel to this day, and everybody at the time was just laughing because it really did just show the low point Illuminaughti had gotten to. At the beginning of this video, I spoke about how I once had a lot of respect for Illuminaughti. I genuinely thought her videos were good and very easy to watch because the scripting was decent, the editing was decent. Overall, I had a lot of respect. But now, it had just become this absolute mess. On the content side, behind the scenes, in the courtroom, everything was just getting messy. And it only got messier on December the 31st when Illuminaughti was apparently being sued, according to Madcaster. And in this video, he details the fact that Illuminaughti is apparently going up against the Colorado Department of Revenue due to taxes that she owes. Which obviously indicates, on top of everything else, the financial situation for Blair was not looking good. Which is interesting, as Blair seemingly throughout her entire life is someone that has bragged about being financially rich. She allegedly ran crypto farms and even had businesses on the side. But even that was all now crumbling down around her. Blair also ran a candle company apparently, and even that seemingly went bust, as the website where she sold really expensive candles just seemingly disappeared. Now, some people were claiming that, the candles were being sold for $65, and look, I don't care how good someone's commentary videos are, there is never going to be a justification for a $65 candle. But yeah, even this business had collapsed and just disappeared. And look, if I ever catch one of you paying $65 for a candle, I'm gonna judge you. But moving on to the 13th of February 2023, love was clearly in the air as Madcaster uploaded a video titled Illuminaughti Lawsuit Dismissal. And now what was going on here is Oz's lawyers had filed a motion to dismiss Illuminaughti's lawsuit, stating that the plaintiffs failed to articulate the alleged defamatory statements. And pretty much the lawyers were very confident in the fact that there was pretty much nothing of value in Blair's complaint, and that she should be dismissed mainly for failure to state a claim upon which relief may be granted. And this is what I mean earlier about not wanting to go through the lawsuit because there's a bunch of legal jargon which probably most of us don't even understand and it's very boring. Basically what that means is the lawsuit was a complete load of baloney or a complete load of bollocks. It was just absolute garbage, and Oz's lawyers clearly saw that and realized that, and they were trying to dismiss this whole thing. But of course, Blair did not agree with him. In fact, she then went on to accuse him of a bunch of other things. But something quite interesting about this part of the timeline with the lawsuit is Blair originally submitted her first complaint. And then, because there was such a lack of details, she amended that complaint with extra details and extra sections. But even that amended complaint did not have barely any substance. There were no details, and that led to the file to dismiss this. And the judge did confirm that he has actually reviewed the motion to dismiss, and also Felix filed a motion to dismiss too. But most importantly, the judge is now confirming that yes, there is not enough details in this amended complaint from Blair to determine whether what's happened is defamation or not. So you would think because of that, because of this new amended complaint not having enough details, that would be that, and the court case would be over. But sadly not. Because the judge then decided to give Blair 14 days to file a second amended complaint to provide all the details to prove what happened here was slander. And to me personally, I just don't really understand why this is fair. Now, I don't know much about the legal system, but she's had 3 opportunities here to just simply submit details. This was at the very beginning of the court case, and Blair was unwilling to submit any evidence or any real substance here that would prove what she is trying to claim. And many people in the community started to point out that the main argument Blair has here is that yeah, these creators, according to her, caused her to lose revenue, but the reality is the only one that caused Blair to lose revenue was her when she started all of this with Legal Eagle. And in my personal opinion, how I felt at the time was that Blair was definitely just longing this lawsuit out for as much as she possibly could. I think Blair knew that she didn't really have a case here, and eventually it would just get thrown out, but I think she wanted to long this out for as long as she possibly could because she knows how expensive court is. She knows that the people around her do not have the finances to keep up with this, and it was almost, in my opinion, a form of punishment for daring to speak up against her. But the lawsuit situation only continued on February the 23rd, 2024, when Madcaster uploaded a video titled Illuminaughti Defies Judge in Lawsuit. And this was a really weird part of this lawsuit because yeah, the judge said to her that you have 14 days to submit a second amended complaint. And, she did do that, but it was submitted a week after the deadline. So you would think, seeing as this is the third opportunity that she had and she had breached a deadline, then surely this would be thrown out. But no, that did not happen. Blair submitted it late, it was accepted, and the process continued. And the second amended complaint was basically just more of the same, just extra details, and realistically, we don't need to go through every single detail as that's not the purpose of this video, but just imagine that all the arguments she's making here are absolutely terrible. Take all the arguments she makes from her video and just put that onto paper. And I know that sounds crazy, but it really was what was going on here. It was like she was trying to emulate YouTube drama, but in the courtroom. But then only a month later, in March of 2024, more developments happened where Felix and Oz both filed for a motion to dismiss against this second complaint. And this really did just display how confusing and weird this situation was getting, and the average general audience that had watched all the videos about this situation were just really confused, and honestly, they just wanted somebody to explain everything to them. And they actually got that. Because yes, on June the 1st, 2024, Oz Media uploaded a video titled Dear Illuminaughti, Part 1. Now this video is where Oz goes into a large amount of detail surrounding the lawsuit and everything to do with his past in Illuminaughti. Pretty much from top to bottom, he exposes everything about Blair, and he attempts to put a large amount of rumors and speculation to bed. And it starts off with him going to the very beginning of this story, where he displays a large amount of text between him and Blair when he originally came out with his statements in the Twitter threads from way back at the beginning of this video. And by the way, this is a long clip, but again, you need the context.
I posted my Twitter thread April 24th, 2023 at roughly 4 a.m. my time. That same morning, I had this text message interaction with Blair. Please note, it is only because of the current trajectory of this lawsuit, with myself awaiting litigation privileges on these matters, that I am no longer leaving my information redacted, as I had previously intended to do so now 1 year ago. Blair, Monday, April 24th at 8:24 a.m. So I just saw your tweets, and now I understand why when I called you, you didn't answer. I'm going to take some time to formulate my thoughts, but ultimately, Oz, I hope you really do find your happiness in life. I hope you find your peace, your satisfaction, your perfect black cat, all of that. I'm not sure what you want from an outcome in this situation, but I guess I'll have to figure that out later. Blair, I just want you to realize you've caused pain. You've caused me pain. I don't care about the drama. I just want you to realize how much you've hurt me. I've been doing my best to hold everything in, for years now at this point. If you actually did read my thread, you would know what I want. Peace. I just want to be free. I just want to be able to breathe. I have read that you want peace. I thought we were doing better. I wish it could have been something we talked about on our own time instead of dogpiling. I'm left more confused than anything. Well, I assume you don't want to talk anymore. All I ever wanted was for you to realize you hurt me. Not just in the relationship, I do not care about that. You hurt me as a person to my very core. At some point, Blair, you need to see the pattern. Well, Oz, I cared about the relationship too. I cared about all of it. You hurt me as a person too, and ripped everything wide open today. And if doing this all to me helps you feel better, then that's okay. I'll take it. I'm sorry, Oz. I hope this helps you find your peace. Except you aren't. You're going to continue to drag my name through the mud. You're going to continue to be who you are. And that's okay. I just hope that you stop painting people as your weekly villain. It's your biggest flaw and it's always gotten you in the most trouble. It's what caused the most harm. Blair, I'm sorry I ripped everything wide open, but I never had the chance to heal. I never had the chance to feel peace. Instead, I went to therapy and have a PTSD diagnosis. Instead, I gave myself chemical burns because I was too scared to say no. I'm afraid of you, Blair. I'm getting a second opinion on the PTSD. I don't want it to be true and I don't trust Talkspace to that extent. What the hell are you talking about with chemical burns? And this purple portion here is Blair airing her mental health. I'm leaving this censored. I don't want to drag your name in the mud, which is why I'm going to you instead of Twitter or whatever. I would go to an actual doctor. Colorado is tightening down on telemedicine stuff, FYI. I'm working on it. Thanks for the heads up. I would rather talk to you in a phone call, in person, whatever. I would rather try to work on things and work out things over, I don't know, whatever else the other options are. I don't want either of us hurting. I know there is no band-aid solution, but I know talking helps. Just for some context, why I didn't take this is because Blair does have a habit of recording conversations. This is evident with the Madison situation from Cruel to Happy Mind. I was fearful she would take my words out of context to suit her narrative. I need time. I need to see a real therapist first. I don't know what else to say. I'm sorry you're hurting as well, I really am, but I need to start putting my needs first. I will put my needs first too. Good luck out there. Take care, please. Can't guarantee that, but I will be alive. Just so we're clear, that was a joke. Probably a bad one, but a joke. And I'll have the officer remove the bolo off of your house too. I guess I'll be heading down then. Probably wouldn't be a bad idea to have it in my name either. Just show them any verifiable threats and they'll do it. And this was the last time I spoke to Blair. For additional context, the bolo in question, as Blair described it, was essentially swatting protection. It was a way that if someone were to attempt to swat my home, the officer in question would then look up my address and see that I am a public figure and give me a call before showing up to my door in SWAT gear. Blair removed this protection when I spoke out against her, or at least she claims. I don't know if this actually exists or not. But to me, in my eyes, on this day, after I had spoken out against Blair removed protections that I would have against swatting. Protections which she did in fact put in place, but had also explained to me what the purpose of them were. There is a lot to unpack here.
Yes, there is. Now, these texts are interesting to read because it displays Blair trying to portray herself as almost like a nice, innocent bystander in all of this. She was acting like she didn't know what was going on and she just wanted everyone to be happy and she thought things were getting better. But obviously, this is the same individual that was trying to make people homeless, that was trying to silence people via NDAs and is now trying to ruin people's lives in the courtroom. Overall, this was clearly her trying to manipulate Oz into stopping what he was doing. And that disingenuous manipulative nature only continues when Oz shows more screenshots. Because when the rumors were circulating about the alleged possible terrible things happening in the Click server, Oz actually reached out to Blair about it, and Blair claimed she was not going to do anything about this situation unless it becomes public gossip or drama. Then she will nuke him. Which is pretty despicable, especially when you consider that this is the same person who actually has an entire career pointing out what is right and wrong. And it gets even worse when you consider that at this moment of time, people in this conversation believed that children were in actual danger and were being exploited by somebody they know, yet Blair did not care. And she was just more happy that she had gotten some material to potentially use against someone in the future when it benefits her. It's actually evil level stuff, like Hollywood level comedic evil. This is just ridiculous. I almost feel like these texts are not real, even though they are, just because of how painstakingly evil it is. And again, it comes back to what I mentioned earlier when it comes to the whole slur conversation of Blair doesn't care about any of that. She just wants more material to potentially use against people in the future. But then as you progress through Oz's video, things get more insane as he shows a screenshot of where Blair had attempted to file a civil protection order against Oz and Wonderstruck. And you may be wondering, well, considering how nice she was in those texts, what could they have possibly done to receive a CPO?
Moving on from my personal emotions, the terms of both said CPOs are this. Petitioner requests that this court order to delete all posts X has made to social media since April 23, 2023, pertaining to Sad Milk, Petitioner, or her social media platforms. Refrain from posting about Petitioner or her social media content on any of his social media accounts or on the social media accounts of others. Refrain from posting in the comments section of any of Petitioner's social media accounts. Refrain from interacting in any way with Petitioner's social media posts. Refrain from encouraging any third party to post in the comments section of Petitioner's social media accounts, or reposting any of Petitioner's original content for any purpose. Refrain from making any videos or media posts about Petitioner.
Now, I feel it's very obvious what this is. This is a gag order designed to stop Wonderstruck and Oz from speaking out in the future. And I believe the reason she attempted to do this was because she wanted to silence them as much as possible so they wouldn't even dare to make a video about her. So, whilst they're in silence, she can go around and slowly change the narrative. They're all in fear because of a CPO, and she gets to go around changing the narrative. It's incredibly manipulative. But it gets even more disgusting when you realize that a large section of the CPO is based around Blair claiming that Oz beat her dog Casper, which is pretty sickening considering that in Blair's own YouTube video, she starts crying and reminiscing about the fact that he was very nice to her dog.
And I know there were many times when I had to run out the door suddenly because there was a crash cart in her room and they didn't know if she was going to make it. And you said you'd stay at the house and watch Casper so I could go to my mom. You were there for Casper's various hospitalizations when he would get sick throughout the years, and you helped me through a very difficult surgery recovery. I just want to say thank you for always being my support through all of my ups and downs. I know that a lot of these personal situations in my life left me very thin and sometimes irritable, and I want to say thank you for supporting me through it and talking me through some really hard times. Your support and your friendship meant more to me than I think you'll probably ever know. I'm gonna miss all the fun things we used to do, eating way too much cheese at the melting pot. I'll miss you teaching me how to play Command and Conquer and playing it, and how you've always obviously been Casper's BFF, and you know how Casper is not afraid of Oswaldo. We're both gonna miss you a lot. The truth is, like we've privately discussed before, I always hoped that we'd be able to reconnect again in the future and mend our friendship. I meant that when I said it to you, and I believed you when you said it back. Even after everything that's happened, you were the one person that I always thought we could just get it and pick back up where we left.
She said all of that in that YouTube video, and then only 2 months later, she's filing a CPO claiming that he beat her dog. Now, I don't know much about American law, but surely that actually is some form of defamation. But then after this, Oz goes on to explain that yeah, the CPO failed, so Blair instead tried to get a restraining order against him, which was also denied. And it really did just seem that Blair tried everything she could to silence these individuals, whether it was Oz, Wonderstruck, or even Felix the Kit Kat.
I would also like to give the information specifically in this case to Blair and her lawyers that I did not reach out to Felix, nor had contact with Felix since his departure from Pyramid Entertainment LLC until April 24th, where Felix would initially reach out to me, as seen here. He would later reach out once again shortly after Blair's public video, where he felt that Blair had improperly retold events, as Felix was a direct witness to what had transpired with Click. Felix, of his own volition, wanted to help set the record straight on information unrelated to the operations of Pyramid Entertainment LLC. Within Click's video, the final chapter includes screenshots from a redacted individual. This individual in question was Felix the Kit Kat. In these screenshots, Felix provides documentation of Blair offering him $200 to sift through prior Sad Milk recordings to find evidence of Click using the R-word. These screenshots in question are what Blair is suing for defamation, as well as breach of contract. What is not included within this lawsuit, however, is the screenshot evidence provided by Felix of Blair owning the alt account that was created to harass Click, as well as his cohorts in 2020. Take this information as you will. Blair is willing to sue over a DM showing her paying one of her, at the time, Discord moderators $200 to dig up dirt on a prior collaborator, but Blair is not suing about the disclosure of information about owning an alt account to harass other YouTubers. Take that as you will. The claims against Felix the Kit Kat listed within the lawsuit are as follows. Up first, as claims against Felix, whose full name will be censored using orange. Defendant Felix is a former employee of plaintiffs. As a note, his employment began at or around the time of May 5th, 2021. As disclosed in the factual allegation number 18, Blair states, Defendant Felix signed a confidentiality agreement on May 5th, 2021, signed the Felix Agreement, which all employees are required to sign as a condition of employment. 63. Felix is in violation of this Felix Agreement by turning over private messages between himself and Blair to another YouTuber, Mark Dreck, to exploit in a YouTube video made to slander plaintiffs. This video is available at, then YouTube link, and is titled Illuminati and Sad Milk. The video was not produced, as Blair stated, to slander plaintiffs. This video, made by Click, was in self-defense from Blair. Felix came to the aid of someone defending themselves. What Blair has done in this lawsuit is completely remove any and all instances or references of her public statements to make it appear as though any attack against her is slander. Please recall the previous removal of factual allegation 34 from the prior version of the lawsuit. Again, 34. Regarding the false accusations listed above, Blair made one public post, attempting to debunk the misinformation. She has not publicly addressed this situation further in an attempt to de-escalate it. Once more, mention of this no longer exists within the lawsuit. The screenshot in question happened November 10th, 2020. Nearly 7 months before Felix's employment under Pyramid Entertainment. The NDA should not cover private messages unrelated to Pyramid LLC. It appears to me that Blair is attempting to claim that every conversation she has ever had with an employee throughout all of time, even matters unrelated to Pyramid Entertainment, are under NDA.
Now, this is an extremely valid point. Felix's inclusion in this lawsuit from the very beginning has confused me, and I believe the public as well have been very confused to why he is even involved in this. Because it seems even Oz himself, who was a big part of the story, was confused to why some, basically random employee who hadn't really done anything but send one message was involved in a major lawsuit.
Blair is attempting to claim that every conversation she has ever had with an employee throughout all of time, even matters unrelated to Pyramid Entertainment, are under NDA.
Which is absolutely not the case. No NDA surely can be that strong. At least a YouTuber NDA. I don't even know why a commentary YouTuber needs an NDA. What are you really trying to hide? Your YouTube topics? What's my next Jake Paul video gonna be about? But then the next section moves us into discussion surrounding a part of Blair's lawsuit, where Blair's lawyers seem to blame Wonderstruck's original statements against her as the reason for her revenue dropping 95%. Which obviously is an absolutely outrageous thing to claim. I don't think anyone on planet Earth is responsible for anyone having a 95% drop in revenue. The only person that can be responsible of that is probably the person earning that revenue.
Defendant Felix's statement caused special damages as evident by the fact that plaintiff's revenue from videos dropped by more than 95% after defendant's tweet/X was published, from $74,646 in the period of November 23, 2022, December 23, 2022, to $2,751.72 during that same period a year later. Blair is listing a drop of revenue from a specific date period and ignoring the fact that her revenue had begun to decline far before then. The official date, April 20th, 2023, is when we can see the first damage being done to her subscriber count. This is also the day she levied accusations against Legal Eagle. And then, of course, following her upload of the Illuminati exposed video, the viewership damage is fairly evident, especially in the following weeks where she saw a rapid decline. I find it to be personally dishonest to claim that Felix's GoFundMe tweet was responsible for the drop in revenue reported, as there had been a long-standing consistent drop of revenue for each month prior. Not to mention, of course, in that date range, this includes the H-Bomber Guy videos, which had a collective 23 million views between the two of them.
Now, with this one particular thing, the community that were following this story came together and collectively agreed that, well, yes, the only person responsible for Blair losing 95% of her revenue was, of course, Blair. This whole story has been centered around the fact that Blair is unable to take responsibility in any scenario ever. And what we now have is it's gotten to the point of where she has lost hundreds of thousands of dollars probably at this point in 2025, and yet she will still blame everyone other than herself, despite how terribly she treated people, despite how she led to all of these situations happening via her own actions. She will blame Wonderstruck, probably me, Oz, all the other YouTubers out there, other than herself. But then moving further down the video, Oz actually towards the ending makes a pretty interesting offer to Blair. Because obviously, whilst everything was crumbling around Blair, her whole empire was in the mud, her lawsuit was just outright failing, at the end of the day, this lawsuit was going to go on for a long period of time. Regardless of if she was going to win it, lose it, or if it was going to get thrown out, at this point, it was continuing. The documents had been accepted, and this could have gone on for a very, very long time. And this was expensive. As you can see here, one legal payment alone cost Oz $8,000. This was not a cheap procedure. This was a very, very expensive thing, and that is exactly why I think Blair went ahead with it, and that is exactly why I think Oz offered to settle.
As I mentioned earlier, I'm making Blair an offer, publicly, to put an end to this. To any questions beforehand regarding the new GoFundMe, if Blair does accept this offer, I will be refunding it in full, as I only plan to utilize that funding if she decides the lawsuit will be moving forward. Because of this, however, this does mean that for the next month, I'm on the hook for my own legal bills, and as of today, this is going to be a rough month, as this one's out of pocket, so it looks like it's the mini-wheats diet for me. If this lawsuit continues, I know that on my end, I could be looking at anywhere from $4,000 to possibly $10,000 monthly, as seen by this invoice for the last 2 weeks. The reason for this potential settlement offer is that I'm not thrilled at the idea of spending a majority of my 20s, possibly the next 2 years, stuck in legal litigation in opposition to Blair. I just want to be able to live my life. The stress from the lawsuit, the foreclosure, it feels nearly never ending, and I'm tired of waking up in the middle of the night, stressed with chest pain and dread. I'm tired of dreading every email notification. The legal system is exhausting. But While the legal and foreclosure stress have been very present and constant in my life, even with the foreclosure ending in December, it's not the only reason I'm considering this potential settlement agreement. In my personal life, there is an ongoing source of both grief and stress and factors that I'm still trying to process and have been unable to process because of everything going on around me. With keeping details sparse out of respect for my partner and with their approval, we've had to deal with the heartbreak of a miscarriage throughout all of this. Its occurrence was unexpected, and because of the day-to-day stress of the lawsuit, we've been unable to process, heal, and move forward from this loss. We've had to shelve these emotions and push forward, and it's been hard on both of us, and I just want the opportunity to heal with my partner in peace. And which is why I'm even considering giving Blair this settlement. I ask that you respect my privacy of myself and my partner until such a time that we are comfortable making details known. I'm not doing this for Blair. I'm doing this for my partner and I's future. If Blair doesn't accept the following offer, let alone negotiate, so be it. I have no problem with continuing forward. I have no problem with continuing to pursue this until the end, as I do not fear the outcome of the case, especially after the judge's recent orders. More on that if/when part 2 is released. My settlement to you, Blair, would allow you to follow the morals that your channel has advocated for, or in your words, be dedicated to upholding your channel's values and delivering on your commitments. Or, as this handy video you uploaded a week before you sent out cease and desist states.
When something as horrible as this happens, people always come out and admit fault and tell the horrifying truth of their continued negligence and malpractice, right? Yeah, you're right, that never happens. What am I thinking? Instead, they usually do their best to hide everything and blame anyone but themselves, and wouldn't you know it, that's exactly what happened here too.
My settlement offer is for you to drop the lawsuit, for all parties involved, even Wonder, with prejudice. I won't file counterclaims and would no longer be required to upload the second part to this video. And what do you get? A chance to prove your side of the story, or even take accountability for your actions. If you proceed with this lawsuit, by the time that it's done, especially with what's left of the judge's order, there would be no platform for you to return to, as you still need to answer for not just me, but for everyone else you've harmed on this platform. It would be difficult to return to a platform with a label that you hypocritically participated in the very business tactics that you've reported to be in opposition of for the past 4 years. I'm offering you a chance to clear your name on a third-party neutral platform. Think of it as a conversation. Rather than use the corporate tactic of bullying those who speak out against you, why not prove you're different from them? You've previously stated that you feel as though you dumb down your language too much and you allow people to fill in the gaps that don't actually exist. So here's your chance. Prove everyone wrong.
Now, I've said this before in previous videos, but obviously I offer nothing but my condolences and best wishes to Oz and his partner. I've never had to experience something like that, and I hope I never do, because it's probably one of the worst feelings in the world, and I don't want to dwell on it for longer other than just saying I really, really hope they're doing well now. I hope that things are much better, and obviously there's no real words that can describe how bad I feel for them. But in terms of what he's saying here, the community understood. It made sense why he'd want to settle. Even regardless of all the horrible stuff going on in his personal life, people were just totally fine with him settling and putting this to bed, mainly just based on the fact that this was really expensive. And at this point anyway, the story was already concluded. Everyone on social media at this point of the timeline knew that Blair was a villain. She had lost hundreds and hundreds of thousands of subscribers. She wasn't even uploading YouTube videos anymore. She was pretty much no longer on social media. So yeah, Oz had effectively won, and a settlement made sense. And it's clear that the community in the comment sections agreed with that, and they wanted this whole thing to be over too. But unfortunately, Oz did not get the news that he wanted. Because on June the 7th, documents were posted which confirmed that the judge had denied Oz and Felix's motion to dismiss. And whilst this was not based on his offer to settle, this was the motion to dismiss, obviously, this was a big gut puncher. I think everybody out there thought that this should have been thrown out for the fact that this was her third chance of submitting a document. It was a late document. The document is full of contradictions, no real substance and no evidence. but it was continuing. And a lot of people, because of this, were starting to even question the judge in the situation. Someone commented, "I feel like she's been given so much preferential treatment by this judge. It is ridiculous and has me wondering about the judicial bias." Then someone else stated, "I think at this point in freaking 2024, it is ridiculous and unacceptable that judges without any YouTube literacy preside over cases centered around YouTube." And to be honest with you, I think this is a completely valid argument to make here. It was incredibly frustrating that this judge clearly had no idea about social media, and yet somehow he was taking a case which was all about social media. But then a few months later, things actually did start to get better when Oz made a tweet stating, "I will be making an official announcement about this tomorrow or Sunday on my main channel. Blair, IILLUMINAUGHTII, and I have mutually agreed to re-enter mediation, this time with a professional third party. This will be December the 3rd, so whether or not the lawsuit concludes will more likely be determined on this date." And yeah, after this, he uploaded a very short video explaining what was going on here.
Today I'm here to provide a much needed update, and honestly I probably should have provided this previously, but there have been a lot of moving parts preventing me from doing so. And as a general note, the lawsuit, of course, is not over. Far from it, in fact. I mean, hell, we're not even out of the starting gate and won't begin discovery for another 4 or even 6 months, perhaps honestly longer. And this is with a year of back and forth legal battle. So you might be asking yourself right now, well, what's been going on with part 2? Here's a quick little timeline of everything that's kind of been going on in the past couple months. Part 1 was released June 1st. Negotiations were attempted, even extended from June 7th to June 14th, but ultimately failed. After they failed, my legal team began the production of my counterclaims. My counterclaims needed an additional extension of time as my legal team wanted to make sure as many of their I's and T's were dotted and crossed, putting this into late July. We needed to add additional parties, pushing it further into August for any hope of a release. On top of this, my counterclaims now needed approval from the judge to add these additional parties to the counterclaims. The judge did not accept the counterclaims until around September 28th. I wanted to ensure that my counterclaims were approved by the judge before speaking publicly on them, which led to the massive delay. I didn't want to be in a position to retract my counterclaims, especially with the sensitive subject matter included within them. I also did not want to give Blair an expected release, as I was personally fearful of a gag order. After the judge accepted my counterclaims, and because we were already over a year into the lawsuit, both parties have mutually agreed to reattempt mediation. However, this time, it will be conducted by a third party, which has been scheduled for December 3rd. There'll probably be no major updates until several days after mediation. And if mediation does fail, I will proceed with part 2 as planned, as the judge has accepted my counterclaims. My hope would be this lawsuit can come to a close.
Now, I know this is going to be abrupt, but Oz actually got what he wanted here. Yeah, it was a happy ending. Or actually, a happy new year, because on January the 1st, 2025, Oz uploaded a 30-second YouTube video titled The Final Lawsuit Update. And this was extremely abrupt and surprising. I don't think anybody, including myself that had covered this story extensively, expected the lawsuit to just end like this.
Blair and I have agreed to settle this matter confidentially through mediation. The lawsuit has been dismissed against all parties without any admission of fault by any party. As a part of the non-disclosure agreement, it should be known that Blair will not be sharing her side of the story behind this dispute, nor will I. No one should contact either of us further about this case or ask us to comment on it, or each other. As I have stated previously, anyone following me should never make threatening remarks to anyone involved in this case in a public or private forum.
Yeah, I was surprised. I won't lie to you. When I first saw this, I was surprised, and I think the community was surprised that, well, the story was over. And yes, obviously the community rushed to the comments immediately stating, "She seriously pulled an okay, you win, but don't tell anyone, lol." And yeah, that honestly is a perfect way of putting it. It very much seems that Blair knew that she didn't have a case here and could not win it from the very beginning, but as I said earlier, she wanted to punish people by prolonging this lawsuit and costing them a lot of money. But the thing is I don't think Blair could afford this lawsuit anymore. As I mentioned earlier, Blair had stopped uploading uploading her last video was in February of 2024, her businesses had collapsed, and therefore she was relying on the income that she had accumulated over her years as a successful YouTuber. And based on all of Blair's spending habits that we've heard throughout this whole story of her buying multiple cars, possibly running crypto farms, and just in general having a lot of spending habits, it was very clear to me and a lot of other people out there in the community that Blair had seemingly run out of money, and she could not afford to keep going with this lawsuit, and that is why I think she agreed to settle. Now, I should clarify, of course, that is just all speculation on my end, but just based on intuition, her YouTube channel had collapsed, which was seemingly her main revenue source, and we've seen her candle businesses collapse. We don't really know if she had any other businesses, so I was assuming, and I think a lot of other people were assuming, that yeah, Blair's finances, they were at an all-time low, and she clearly realized that this was right to end. So yes, we've made it to the conclusion of the Illuminaughti saga, and I understand that, well, this seemed a little bit abrupt, didn't it? But, well, we're here. Now, up until this point of recording, Blair has not been active on social media for over a year now. And to be honest with you, it really does seem that the whole Illuminaughti empire really is at an end. Quite like the Creepshow art situation, after everything happened, they just left the internet and never came back. And personally, I would not be surprised if that is what happened with Illuminaughti. I imagine she does have some money laying around here in a saving account or something like that, but I think she kind of reasonably came to the conclusion that yes, maybe it's time to stop all of this, go off into the sunset, probably change her name, and do something different. And based on what we've learned in this massive video is that there really is no redemption story that can happen here. This is clearly an individual that has pretty much committed every single social media sin that you possibly can. The lies, the hypocrisy, the spreading of rumors, the fake accounts, the bullying, the use of the legal system to silence people, the making people homeless, taking people's cars at 3 a.m. so unbelievably much. And because of all of that, in 2025 and onwards, the overall consensus of Illuminaughti in the YouTube community is just nothing but unbelievably negative, to the point of where I think people just laugh when they hear the name Illuminaughti now. They just assume that, yeah, that person went a long time ago and they'll probably never be back. And because of that, she has officially been doomed to become another YouTuber covered in an extensively long retrospective commentary video for the rest of time. And yes, here's another one. But yes, this has been the story of a commentary YouTuber who lost their empire and 500,000 subscribers for all the wrong reasons.